Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. We're going to go ahead and call this meeting to order. Welcome to everyone. Welcome to my board colleagues, Dr. Stubblefield, to all of our staff, and to all of our guests who are here present. Good afternoon. Thank you for joining us today for our regularly scheduled March 26, 2024 regular board meeting. It is 5:01 p.m. We will call this meeting to order. Before I continue, if you do need language access interpreters, thanks to our Multilingual Education and Services Department, we do have interpretation for Spanish, Burmese, Karen, Nepali, and Swahili. So if you do need interpretation for any of those languages, please raise your hand or let one of our staff members know so that we can make sure we have those interpreters for you. Hoy tenemos interpretación. Por los que necesitan algún intérprete, tenemos en español y también en 4 otros idiomas. Si necesitan intérprete, por favor, levanten la mano y déjenos saber para que les podamos ayudar con interpretación en esta tarde. Bienvenidos. Again, welcome. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. And as we do at every board meeting, we'll read our board norms and protocols. As a board, we agree to respect differences of opinions in making decisions for the district, to follow best practices in managing the superintendent and the management of the board itself, to stay on task when conducting business for the district, including while at board meetings, to never surprise the superintendent or each other when conducting official business of the district, to read these norms at the beginning of each board meeting and at board workshops as a reminder of how to conduct our meetings, and to continually self-check to determine if we're following our norms when conducting district business. And again, just a reminder, if you could please make sure that you silence your mobile devices, your cell phones, or put them on vibrate just so we can minimize interruptions. And when you do approach, whether you're giving a comment or answering questions, when you come to the microphone, make sure that you speak into the microphone so that it can be caught by online, those that are listening and participating online. So just make sure you speak into the microphone. That would be really helpful, and to make sure that we can hear you clearly. Thank you very much. So with that, again, thank you for joining us. Welcome. We have a lot going on today. Some special awards and recognitions, always a fun meeting to have. So let's get started so we can get there with that. Ms. Smith, would you please do a roll call?
Yolanda Clark.
Yolanda Clark, present.
Maxine Drew.
Maxine Drew, present.
Randy Lopez.
Randy Lopez, present.
Robert Mylan Jr.
Robert Mylan Jr. present.
Wanda Brownlee Page.
Wanda Brownlee Page, present.
Rachel Russell. Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen present.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can I get a motion to approve tonight's agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any questions or discussion? Seeing and hearing none. Ms. Smith, roll call.
Yolanda Clark.
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew.
Maxine Drew, yes.
Randy Lopez.
Randy Lopez, yes.
Robert Mylan Jr.
Robert Mylan Jr., yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page.
Wanda Brownlee Page, present, yes. In that kind of a day.
Rachel Russell. Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. So we're going to jump right into our agenda. Again, the top of our agenda, always a fun meeting to have. We get to start out with some awards and recognitions. So this is an exciting time, and it's great to see a packed house for this as well. So I'd invite Dr. April Sutherland to come to the podium as we celebrate our Employee of the Month. Good evening.
Mr. Lopez, Board President, Ms. Drew, Board Vice President, Dr. Anna Stubblefield, Superintendent, to all the board, and to all who serve Kansas City, Kansas Public Schools, good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Afternoon. I tried to multitask. I didn't do too good there. Okay.
And if you could make sure, if you could pull the mic down just a little bit so we can hear you a little clearly, that'd be great. Thank you.
Okay, is that better?
Much. Thank
Good
you.
afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I am April Sutherland, and I am so honored to recognize our March Employee of the Month. And first, we will recognize the Employee of the Month, and we will also recognize all the students. After we have finished with all the recognitions, we will have a short break where we'll have 3 different pictures. The first being with the students, superintendent, and the board. The second, we will ask the nominating staff and principal to join. And thirdly, we will ask our families who are here to support us to join the group. All right. At this time, I am wanting Winter Warren to come to the front. She is our March Employee of the Month. She's a teacher associate at Bethel Early Childhood Center. She was nominated by her principal, Dr. Hampton, and this is what they had to say about Winter. Winter Warren is really what we might consider one of the heartbeats in our Bethel family. Bethel is a new early childhood center, and turning it into a real school home and family requires many things and many people. Winter has a very creative talent and ability to take a building and personalize it in such a way that makes the building warm and inviting. At the beginning of the year, she immediately created signage and visual decorations to display better every day. She created our kindness tree that is an important element in conscious discipline. She regularly builds beautiful bulletin boards for the seasons and special events. She creates visuals for students, and she understands and learns the routines. Really, she is so amazing. One thing that our staff loves to do is door-to-door decorations, and students love it. She also really works it to enhance the displays for students' work because she knows how important it is for the students to see their own work display. So please join me in congratulating again Winter Warren, our Employee of the Month. I will now turn it over to Dr. Wilson.
Good evening, President Lopez, Vice President Drew, Superintendent Dr. Stubblefield, and esteemed members of the board.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm delighted to present the Outstanding Students of the Month to the Board of Education for March of 2024. These students are exemplars of grit, perseverance, determination, and positive behavior on their campuses. Nominations for Student of the Month are completed under the following pillars: attendance recognition, outstanding academic performance, positive behavior, commitment to service and citizenship, scholarship and/or community recognition, and outstanding athletic achievement. These scholars honored tonight will be recognized alongside hundreds of other USD 500 students who have been nominated this semester for Student of the Month at our Excellence in Education Awards ceremony on May 9th in partnership with our KCKPS Foundation for Excellence. Without further ado, I would like to introduce you to our Early Childhood Student of the Month, David Valdez. David is an early childhood scholar at Earl Watson Jr. Early Childhood Center, and he's nominated by Andrea Murray, instructional coach under the pillar of positive behavior. David's exceptional journey this academic year has been marked by nothing but remarkable growth in both academic and behavior realms, making him a prime candidate for Student of the Month. His journey is characterized by tangible progress and his admirable persistence in overcoming any challenge that he meets. David has not only conquered any hurdle that he's encountered this year, but he's continuously improving his expectations. Moreover, his unwavering dedication to enhancing his strength with spoken sentences showcases his commitment to personal growth. David's story exemplifies the spirit of perseverance and determination, making him a shining example for his peers and a deserving recipient of the Student of the Month accolade. Now, I'll ask David what he likes to do when he is not here, or what he wants to do when he's at school. He said his favorite thing is he waits for cleanup time. I asked him also what he likes to do when he is not at school, and he said relax. And so I understand. Congratulations, David. Our elementary student of the month is Sophia Doling. Sophia's journey exemplifies why she is a deserving candidate for Student of the Month. Her remarkable growth and transformation since starting at Grant in the first grade are a testament to her resilience and determination. With qualities that shine brightly, including empathy, kindness, safety awareness, wit, and superb communication skills, Sophia embodies the essence of a star student. Despite initial challenges, Sophia's unwavering persistence, coupled with her family's advocacy for her needs, has led her to become a thriving second-grade scholar, both academically and socially. She has not only embraced challenges, but also imparts invaluable lessons of acceptance, self-love, creativity, and persistence to her peers. She has a unique knack to absorb and communicate information with ease, whether it's about sea creatures or historical events, and this further highlights her exceptional qualities. Her boundless potential and positive impact on those around her make her a shining example of excellence, deserving of recognition as a Student of the Month. And she is nominated by Principal Heather Calvert.
All right.
Sophia also likes to relax when she's not at school. She says either playing tablets or taking naps in the middle of the morning, which I love to do on the weekend.
Don't lie, you do it during the day.
I don't do it during the day. And her favorite subject is science. Congratulations, Sophia. All right, our first of two middle school students of the month, I would like to introduce you to Mr. Tabin Gregory. Tabin is a dedicated sixth grade student at Argentine Middle School, and he exemplifies the pillar of service and citizenship, making him a standout candidate for Student of the Month. He actively endeavors to improve the school environment. He's always extending kindness to all he encounters. He maintains an impeccable 4.0 grade point average, and his involvement extends beyond just academic excellence. He also participates in many school-wide initiatives and provides constructive feedback at central office for focus group sessions. Additionally, Tabin prioritizes inclusivity and fosters positive relationships with peers and teachers. Through regular meetings with his school counselor, Tabin's commendable progress and social skills reflects in his unwavering commitment to personal growth and community betterment. And for these reasons, he is the Argentine recommendation for Student of the Month. I asked Tabin what he thought Student of the Month meant to him. He said as he's reflected on it, it shows that he's worked hard and also to affirm that he can achieve more than sometimes he thinks he can. He loves to read, and when he grows up, he wants to be a mechanic or a doctor. Our second middle school student of the month is Kamea Richardson, hailing from Sumner Academy. Kamea is recommended by Assistant Principal Patricia Bernard under the pillar of Outstanding Academics. She shines brightly as a candidate for Student of the Month from Sumner Academy. With a stellar academic record boasting straight A's, she is not only a member of the Acadettes, but also actively contributes to BSU, demonstrating qualities of responsibility, respect, dedication, and confidence. Kamea consistently supports her peers and approaches every task with preparedness and enthusiasm. Her strong sense of goal orientation and motivation drive her towards accomplishing her aspirations. This year, Kamea proudly represented Sumner Academy in the KCKPS Middle School Focus Group, advocating for the enhancement of educational experiences for all students. Beyond academics, Kamea's diverse interests encompass writing poetry, theater, speech, dancing, cooking, and baking, with a particular passion for reading. Congratulations, Kamea, on your well-deserved recognition. And board members, Kamea may look familiar to you. This is her second year in a row winning districts, winning our district student of the month.
All right.
She was a student of the month last year from Arrowhead.
All right.
Last but not least, our high school student of the month, Angel Castillo Becerra from Wyandotte High School. Angel is an 11th grade scholar at Wyandotte High School, is being nominated by Assistant Principal Raz Concepcion. He states that he enthusiastically nominates Angel for District Student of the Month. As his principal at Wyandotte, I've had the privilege of witnessing his remarkable contributions to our school community. Angel's exemplary attendance record is a testament to his commitment to his education and personal growth. Throughout his time at Wyandotte, he's consistently demonstrated responsibility by attending classes regularly and punctually. Academically, he distinguishes himself with outstanding achievements. His academic prowess is evidenced by his impressive GPA of 3.74 and an active participation in rigorous courses such as AP and dual credit classes. Angel's dedication to his studies sets a high standard for his peers and inspires them to strive for excellence. He always models positive behavior and leadership qualities which make him a role model. He always displays respect, integrity, and kindness in his interactions with others, helping to foster a positive and inclusive school environment. He is deeply committed to helping his peers and making a positive impact, whether it's through tutoring sessions or participation in extracurricular activities. He also engages in numerous volunteer initiatives at the school. He consistently demonstrates a selfless dedication to helping others succeed. And in conclusion, Angel's outstanding attendance, academic achievements, positive behavior, and service make him an exemplary candidate for the District Student of the Month. Congratulations. Angel said that he is proud to be a Wyandotte Bulldog and win this year. This motivates him to continue to do more. He wants to go on to either KU or UMKC for college after graduation, and he wants to major in cybersecurity.
All right.
Thank you, Dr. Wilson and Dr. Sutherland, and congratulations to all of our students and to your families and to all of our scholars and to all of our educators who helped get them here. So we're going to take a quick break, about 15 minutes or so, quick recess just so we can get some photos with all of our wonderful scholars. So give us about 15 minutes or so and we will be back. Thank you. All right, thank you for giving us a quick break. And again, congratulations to all of our scholars, to your families, and to all of our staff who have helped get you along the way. We're going to continue with our meeting. Just a really quick, if our communications team and families, I know this is an exciting time and you probably want to see your pictures. I overheard a brief conversation. If our team could make sure that we get these pictures out not only to the building principals, but to the students or their family in some way. That way they have access to all of these photos and they can frame them and hang them all over their house and everywhere else they want to. I don't know, do people still frame pictures? I don't know if that still happens. So if we could just make sure, thank you, Rachel. Yeah. So if we could make sure we get those to the students, that would be great. We're going to continue on with our meeting and head into agenda item number 3, board. We are at our community comment section. As a reminder to all of our folks who are coming up, and if I apologize if I mispronounce your name, you can correct me once you come to the microphone. Please state your name. You will have 3 minutes once you start speaking. Make sure that you have checked in with Ms. Smith and that we have your contact information. Everyone is welcome to give comment. Just make sure you sign up noon the Monday before the board meeting so we can add you to the agenda. Again, you will have 3 minutes to address the board. If you have copies, and I know board members, you should notice that you've got some copies of some of the statements that are being made today, but if you have copies and you didn't bring any for our board, you can send those along to Ms. Smith, our board clerk, and she'll make sure that the board gets a copy of all of those as well. Again, you'll have 3 minutes, and I'll ask you at 3 minutes, I'll let you finish your statement, but then I'll try to politely interrupt and just say that we are at time. So first up, I'd invite Ms. Teresa Ryan to the podium.
Good evening, Board of Education. My name is Teresa Ryan. I'm a lead nurse for KCKPS. I have provided you with 4 documents that I would like to explain the significance of related to the supervision responsibilities of a registered nurse. According to the Kansas Nurse Practice Act, registered nurses may provide basic and specialized caretaking without supervision within the scope of their practice. Licensed practical nurses may provide basic and specialized caretaking with the supervision of an RN and are considered to be working under the umbrella of the RN's license. Health office aides may provide basic caretaking, also known as activities of daily living, without delegation, but they must be trained in specialized care and proven to be competent with testing by the RN whose license they will be working under, as defined by the Kansas Nurse Practice Act, and require direct supervision by the RN. I have provided you with a copy of the delegation training agreement. The delegation of specific nursing tasks in the school setting for Kansas holds the registered nurse responsible for who and how delegation will be done. As you can see, LPNs and HOAs have only one specialized task each that they are allowed to do without supervision by an RN. 23-24 budget constraints forced health services leadership to cut staff and to place 15 LPNs in medium acuity and 7 HOAs in low acuity buildings alone to reduce costs by not hiring registered nurses. This left Director Lewis, myself, and 3 other lead nurses responsible for supervising 22 staff members in buildings that we are not in. This is not how the delegation statute was designed to work. The inability to perform these supervisory obligations as they are written has jeopardized the nursing license I worked so hard to obtain. Each day I face the possibility of staff members on my team who should have direct daily supervision being forced to make life or death decisions and could be out of the scope of their practice that could result in charges of negligence. If this happens, I will be held as accountable as the staff member forced to work without the support of the Kansas Nurse Practice Act. In short, I could lose everything depending on the Board of Nursing's judgment and possible litigation results. Today in this public forum, I respectfully state that I will not continue to support this negligent practice in the 24-25 school year. The law is clear. We must hire enough registered nursing staff to supervise LPNs and HOAs. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Ryan. Now invite to the podium Ms. Jolene Alonzo.
Hello, my name is Jolyn Alonzo. I've been a registered nurse for 17 years. I worked in a variety of high acuity medical settings the first 8 years of my career. I worked as a school nurse for 8 years before becoming the lead nurse for 8 elementary schools and 4 early child care centers. School nursing has been by far the most rewarding but challenging job I have ever experienced. Today I'll be speaking about the role of the school nurse, specifically their responsibilities and duties. It is the position of the National Association of Nurses, NASN, that by bridging education and healthcare, the registered school nurse is uniquely situated to protect and promote student and community health. What do our nurses do daily to meet NASN's position statement? We ensure that immunizations are up to date per state guidelines, educate parents and guardians on immunizations and on immunization non-compliance. We ensure physicals are completed per state guidelines, ensure students' physicals and immunizations are entered and uploaded into Infinite Campus, obtain medical orders to monitor and treat students per physician's orders, provide medication and treatment administration at school, provide medication education to students, families, and staff members, count all controlled medications daily, ensure proper medication documentation is completed to administer the medication or treatments to a student at school, document all medication and treatments given, ensure state-mandated hearing, vision, and dental screenings are completed, ensure documentation is completed for all state-mandated screenings, serve as a health consultant and resource, serve students with multiple diagnoses. We have 5,000 plus in our district. Develop healthcare plans for IEPs, participate in medical 504s, care for student illnesses, ensure documentation is completed for student illness and assessment, treat student injuries, ensure documentation is completed for student injuries, provide resources for families in need of healthcare providers for illnesses and injuries, lead care in medical emergencies. To the board and Dr. Stubblefield, nurses, school nurses are indispensable partners in improving and enhancing school and community health by effectively collaborating across sectors to address barriers to health and learning and improving health processes and outcomes. Our nurses deserve your attention, but most importantly, our students deserve your attention in the matter of making sure that every building has adequate licensed registered nurses. Please note the red includes other duties and responsibilities of a school nurse, but does not include all. Due to my 3-minute time restraint, I was unable to include all in my comment. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Alonso. I'd now invite Ms. Christopher Watson. Mr. Christopher Watson, I'm sorry.
Good afternoon. My name is Chris Watson, and I am a lead nurse for the KCKPS School District. I worked as a school nurse for 6 years before taking a leadership position. During my first year and a half as a school nurse, I was responsible for 2 schools, Monday, Wednesday, Friday at one school, Tuesday and Thursday at another school. Less than a month into starting this position, there was a student who suffered from cardiac arrest and required CPR. This happened on a Tuesday morning when I was not scheduled to be at that school. The PE teacher performed chest compressions until EMS arrived and transported the student to the hospital. Emergencies don't happen on a schedule. In fact, the very definition of an emergency is a serious, unexpected, and oftentimes dangerous situation requiring immediate action. The best thing you can do for an emergency is to be prepared before it happens. Right now, every school in the district has at least one AED, with some of the larger buildings having up to 6 of them. There are 3 right here in this building. When that student had cardiac arrest, there was an AED less than 100 feet away, but it was never even taken out of the storage case on the wall. Each AED also has a barrier device that is used to give rescue breaths to the individual that isn't breathing. This was also never used, and rescue breaths were never given. I am in no way trying to downplay the efforts of the individual school staff at that time. The PE teacher that performed the chest compressions likely saved that student's life. Health Services is one of the very few departments in this district that require every staff member to have an up-to-date BLS, Basic Life Support certification. Without a nurse in the building that day, it was by sheer luck that there was a staff member who knew how to adequately perform CPR on a small child. In many school buildings today, especially elementary schools, Health Services staff are the only people in the building that are required to have BLS training. And unless other building staff have taken it upon themselves to get this training, then the sole person capable of handling these emergencies is the health office staff member. It took several years for the district to move away from having nurses share buildings. For 3 years prior to the 22-23 school year, every school was staffed with a nurse. The slogan this year is Better Every Day. As we look forward to the next school year, I ask that we all reflect on the ways that we have improved, but also the steps backward that we have taken. During this year, CPR has been performed 12 times, and EMS has been called 116 times. This is just a small part of the information you should consider when making staffing decisions for health services. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Watson. Next up, I would invite Dr. Susie Wilson to the podium.
I think she said she was not going to speak tonight, yeah.
Thank you. Next up, I would invite Benjamin Gee to the podium.
Good evening, good evening.
Evening.
My name is Benjamin G., and I am only one of many, many nurses from an agency that work here in the district. Now I have been an LPN nurse for over 12 years with a plethora of experience, from progressive care units to medical surge units to cardiac units at the #1 hospital, trauma hospital in Kansas City, University Health Systems. Then around to site care for adults and adolescents, long-term care, geriatric, and skilled rehab. All the different skill sets have prepared me to be able to function at a high level, even under a lot of stress. But this is no different from the majority of skilled licensed professionals that work in this district understaffed. This brings us to a full circle back to the dilemma that we face right before us today. School nursing is one of the lowest paid jobs one can find in the nursing industry. Example, when I was under contract here in the district around 3 to 4 years ago, my earnings were lower than my first nursing job, even as a novice nurse. And that was as an agency staff here and a full-time staff at Call Valley in 2012, 2013. Fast forward up to now, my salary as a staff in the hospital is higher now than my salary here as an agency. With all that being said, the nurse holds a very, very intricate part in the efficacy of our community and society. And that is by showing leadership, the value of education, the value of physical, mental, or spiritual health, and how that can be applied to these children as they soon transition into early adulthood. A good nurse will recognize a deficit in a student that the normal set of eyes could not fathom. A good nurse will advocate for the child to be in the best physical and mental headspace to complete daily school tasks and partner with outside agencies to ensure that the family has the best information for that child's well-being. And lastly, but a good nurse knows his or her economic worth as it pertains to the societal norm. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. G.
As a finish, I would like all the nurses and people in the pink to stand up in solidarity.
Thank you, Mr. G. Next up, I would invite Marquita Wells to the podium. Marquita Wells.
Good evening.
Evening.
I don't really talk in front of people. I'm here today to discuss the news that I recently received about my position as a family and community engagement specialist possibly being cut next year. The district has placed emphasis on family engagement. I've been at Douglas Elementary for 10 years. I realize the important role that families play in the success and well-being of our students. During my time at Douglas, I've been blessed to develop amazing community partnerships which have allowed us to provide multiple holiday baskets to families, start and maintain a clothing closet, provide food and clothes and sometimes formula to babies. I organized an incredible parent organization. Neighboring churches have teamed up with our community partners to ensure our students and families have food and coats. Our parent, our parent organization and community partners, as well as myself, have teamed up every year to host a breakfast with Santa. We make sure that every student at Douglas receives a gift. Sometimes it's the only gift that a child might have. Unfortunately, many of the families face barriers to engagement due to various factors like language barriers, cultural differences, socioeconomic challenges, or lack of educational opportunities and resources. In my role, I build relationships, provide resources, promote inclusivity, and facilitate collaboration. By keeping this position, we are not only supporting the academic success of our students, but it also helps to foster a more inclusive, supportive, and thriving school community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Wells. Next, I would invite Talisha McFetters to the podium. Just a reminder, if we can make sure we speak into the microphone so that everyone can hear you. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
I, too, am part of the FACES team where we received information, possible information with the budgets. I've been with KCK Public Schools over 20 years. I've been in very different facets, from a para to a parent liaison to administrative assistant to a sub to now family and community engagement specialist. And to me, the title itself speaks volume. It speaks the work, family. And that is our goal. That is our determination to make sure that we provide for our families. So our positions are very vital. We all are vital. The nurses, the secretaries, the principals, you all, everyone is vital. And we are just an added support to the school, to the families. We create events. We also do the district required events. But we want to bring in that engagement, and we see the value in our families. We see the value in our staff, and we want to continue to provide that. Again, as an addition to the support of like our counselors and our social workers. It's all along the same lines. We do certain events. We want to make sure that we cover every area of life: medical, dental, physical, mental, spiritual. And it's just, to me, it's just the sense of family that which is what I like to, consider here, even today. Shelter, utilities, just the all-around support for our families. And our jobs are building that rapport with community partners, people who have stepped in. Even today, going to pick up a donation, it's the footwork, but it's all coming from the heart. And if you think of your family, we think of our school families. And so, again, that also centers around our students' success, but it's not just the success of the students, but it's the success of our families. And so we just ask that you consider our positions and consider us just here as a presence. We're support, okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McFetters. Next, I invite up Miss Charlesta Jackson. Charlesetta Jackson.
Good evening, Board.
Good evening.
President Lopez, Dr.
evening.
Stubblefield.
Take your time.
I'm Charlesetta Jackson,
All right, take your time.
Take your time.
and I'm the faces for New Chelsea Elementary. My mission statement for my life, since I don't have any children of my own, is to help make somebody else's child's life better. 3 minutes is not enough time to speak on the trust and the relationships that I have built for the 14 years I've been in this position. Along with students, families, staff, and community, I have impact stories of past students in the last 3 to 5 years that have come back, and to say thank you for what we have done for them, the advice that we have given them, the help that we have done for the families. I would like to present a question or a question for thought for the board and Dr. Stubblefield. I saw in a previous board meeting where you had a student advisory council. So my question for the board and Dr. Stubblefield is to take into consideration having a FACES team to become an advisory board based on family engagement for what our district is trying to accomplish with our families. In the district, if the district wants to become one of the top 10 districts in the nation, how will this be achieved for our families without our FACES team and staff who intercedes and fights for our kids, our families, and our community, along with our staff? I invite the board to come and set aside some time, come talk to me. Speak to me about some of the stories of impacts that have happened. Other things that I do for the families of New Chelsea, please take some time, talk to my community partners. I was able to garner a couple of years ago 14,000 pair of Bomber socks. When I got those 14,000 pair of Bomber socks, I didn't take care of just New Chelsea. I took care of Avenue of Life. I sent them 4,000 pair. For every school that was represented or has a representation of a parent liaison or a FACES, I took care of every last one of those schools because they had a position like mine. We do have literacy night tomorrow. I invite the board to come out and join us. Our PD has started to carry weight, and when I say carry weight, I mean we have some phenomenal PD going on. It's beneficial to, it's unreal. PLN with Jane Groff, with KSHDE. I ask that you reach out and you speak to her. Let her tell you about what she helps pour into us and helps us achieve for our school and our community and our families and our kids. I have pictures and slides. I want to say thank you for allowing us to go to the Family Engagement Conference over in Missouri last year. I have pictures, slides, where they did presentation, and we met some wonderful speakers, some impactful speakers, and the slides with what I felt like was important information that we could use or maybe try and integrate within our school. Because of the work, my kids and family and grandparents, and I say grandparents because we don't necessarily always acknowledge that the grandparents are the caregivers. We just go straight to parents. So I have learned to help take care of our grandparents that are the caregivers for our children. Teachers rarely know that.
Ms. Jackson, we're close to time. I apologize. Okay.
My kids and my family get food. Sometimes I pay for it out of my pocket to make sure my family's eat. Because of the work that I do at New Chelsea and the district, I've been asked to become part of 2 advisory boards, KU and Catholic Charities. My job at New Chelsea is not a Monday through Friday job for me. It's a Monday through Sunday. It's not an 8 to 4. I do it as I go. A lot of times I'm the 3rd person in the building because of what I do. I love what I do. That's my passion. That's my passion. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson. Next up, I would invite Ms. Vicki Roberson to the podium. No? Okay. Next I would invite Mr. Adrian Roberson to the podium.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I didn't realize how far that walk was. Can I get that minute back? To the board, Dr. Stubblefield, to these amazing people that are in this room, my name is Adrian Robertson, and I'm honored to pastor Kingdom Community Church, and I'm also the co-founder and executive director for KC United Youth and Family Sports and Education Initiative, for which this year we are celebrating our 15th year. And I'm proud to say I'm a Bulldog, class of 1979.
Alive.
So with that being the case, I'm here to stand for the Family and Community Engagement Specialists. Because without them, we would not have been able to do what we do with our after-school programs. We're honored to work with Douglas and Bryant and Grant and New Chelsea, where these individuals literally have come in after school and worked with us in our program to help us with the students. There's probably no greater reflection of community than our schools. I believe this is reflected by the data we can gather by observing who was in this room. I'm also honored at the Kansas Leadership Center to serve as the faculty chair, where for the past 15 years, when it comes to adaptive challenges like you all have with the budget, we do a process called OII, which is Observation, Interpretation, and Intervention. So here, we're going to talk about diagnosing the situation regarding budget cuts. One of the things we talk about with diagnosing the situation is knowing the story others tell about you. One of the things we know about authority is that authority is a position. People hold it. Leadership is an activity. People do it. I think what you see here, what you've heard from the nurses and what you heard from the faces is that they are literally living out the KLC principles. 1, leadership is an activity, not a position. Anyone can lead, anytime, any place. Leadership starts with you and must engage others, and your purpose must be clear. And last but not least, it's risky to lead the way we're talking about. When we're talking about the budget cuts, through the OII process, we have this thing called observation. Now, when we talk about the community, when you think about everything that's going on in the community right now with the district and the community, it's observable that there's some tension there. That's pretty clear. One interpretation could be that we've been hearing is that the district doesn't care. The district doesn't know this, that, and the third. So my question to you is, when we talk about FACES, assisting families who assist families in supporting their child's learning and development. They assist navigating programs, services, policy, and procedures. They work with counselors and teachers to support student achievement. They provide referrals and access to district and community resources. And then they hold parent workshops and events. When it comes to an intervention, perhaps the intervention might be, instead of cutting these positions, that you cut the fat that's at the top in the district. Thank you for the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor Robertson, for joining. And again, thank you to everyone who signed up and who came forward to speak. We appreciate all of you coming to share with the board. Again, everyone is welcome to share. Just please make sure that you visit with Ms. Smith and sign up for the agenda prior to the board meeting. Okay, so board, we will continue with our agenda. Next up, board, is agenda item number 4, our board budget discussion for the upcoming year. Board, this is a continuation of our conversation from the previous meeting, and we will continue to identify how to move forward in this process. Dr. Stubblefield.
Okay, good evening, everyone. We will first pick up where we left off with the building needs assessments and start with the elementary. But while whomever's speaking for the elementary level is coming forward, I do just want to provide some clarity. I literally am caught off guard about the faces and the conversations. If you look at our board docs on the budget presentation, slide number 10, we actually were proposing adding 33 more faces positions. Obviously, there's a miscommunication somewhere in the system. So that was on the slide before. So we will unpack it in the system to see what is happening. Historically, the faces positions have been in building principals' budgets, and all schools didn't have them. So one of the things that we heard through the building needs assessment process was it would be equitable in the district for every school to have a faces position. When we get to the slide deck, we actually put the cost for 33 positions because we already had 14 positions. So that was going to be a part of the conversation tonight. So I apologize on behalf of the district for any angst, confusion, and I honestly am not certain where the conversations was coming from, but obviously there are some disconnects in the system, and we'll figure it out. So I just want, in case people weren't going to stay for all of the budget conversation, if you looked at the board documents that were updated, we had put that on there for that as making it equitable so that all of our schools would have a faces position. So I just wanted to share that, but then we can talk about what the elementary staff was going to share. And then instead of looping back around, if there are any questions that the board had for any of the levels, several of the schools have performances tonight, and they're trying to get back to their schools for events. And then if the board just wanted to continue, we can then talk about all of the slides in the budget. Thank you.
Mr. Lopez, I think we also need to acknowledge, we heard from our nurses, and I don't want them to think that that was it. There will be some discussion. I believe that there will be, and I'm not saying, but at least we heard, we need to acknowledge, I'm not saying we didn't, but I just want you to know we heard you, and there needs to be some discussion.
Yeah.
And there will be some discussion.
Yeah, and so also on slide 10, it's a line that says nursing. There's no dollar amount there because of the discussion that has to happen within the parameters. So those things were added. We see you, everyone here, we hear you. And as Pastor Robeson said, like leadership, we all have to choose to lead differently, and we all have to be engaged and understand that every decision that is made is going to impact someone or something, and how we choose to move forward as a collective group of leaders. We cannot continue to say us versus them, and pitting administration or departments against one another. We need to look at our collective goals and make the best decisions and know that we got to give up something to accomplish all of these things. And that's just the reality of it. It is not personal for anyone, and that is why the board is engaging in this conversation, and I appreciate you doing it publicly, and we're just presenting the facts and saying, based off what we heard, based off our goals, here's what we know that we can support and sustain. At the end of the day, the board can make the decisions that they feel like, if they support what administration is saying wholeheartedly, or if we need to navigate, and then whomever, we will carry it out united as a collective group. So I just wanted to acknowledge that both of those things were added. There's no dollar amount for nursing. The other things that's on there that we heard about was athletics and fine arts. In the last budget meeting, we did not talk about classified and administrative pay increases. We also included that because I heard from all of those groups. So all of that information is there for the board to discuss and ask questions. But I did just, because I know our principals have to get to some stuff, so I wanted the elementary group to share and you all to have an opportunity to ask questions of them, and then however you wanted to move forward with the budget presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Stubblefield, and thank you, Ms. Page, for that comment as well. Again, yes, Ms. Russell.
Before you give the floor to them, I was not here last time, so I just wanted to understand what, are we looking at something? Are they just talking? Can you tell me where I should be as far as my questions and that preparation? What was the process last time?
Absolutely. Thank you, Board Member Russell. So each group, both the high school, middle school, elementary schools, are coming forward. This is all based off of their building needs assessments. As an opportunity to share some of the highlights of what they're seeing, some of the things that they feel that they want to make sure gets lifted up out of the building's needs assessments. And those are on board docs. I believe in the previous board meeting, they have all of the building needs assessments. So tonight is an opportunity. The elementary group was the last on the agenda last time, and they ran out of time. We didn't have enough time to give them, so we wanted to make sure that they were first this time. They're going to present some information tonight to lift up, but then they will be open for questions from board members based off of the needs assessments or anything they share. And then the other groups, middle school and high school groups, are here as well. So if we have additional questions or clarity that we need from them, they're here to answer any questions from them.
And the things that are being presented, because I don't see 26 building principals right here, this is consensus building, or this is each one is individually talking about their specific needs? I see head nodding, shaking. Okay, gotcha.
It's kind of a consensus.
Okay.
So I believe
Thank
the
you.
groups came together and identified some folks to come and speak on behalf of those groups. I believe it's around consensus. Thank you for that clarification.
All right. Good
Thank
evening,
you.
Board
Welcome.
President Lopez,
Good
Dr.
evening.
Stubblefield, board members. I'm Lori Cooper. I'm the principal at M.E. Pearson Elementary.
Desiree Albrin, principal at Quindaro.
So we had a chance to kind of look at some of the top 2 to 3 needs from each building.
Sorry, can you just make sure that you speak into the mic so everyone
Sure.
can hear you
Yep.
clearly? Thank you so much. Sorry to interrupt.
Sure. We looked at kind of not all of the building needs assessments, but the top 2 to 3 things from each building, EC to 5. And so we're just going to kind of highlight those top things that are pretty consistent across all of our buildings. And I'll tell you, the biggest majority of needs is around personnel, starting with our reading interventionists.
So with our reading interventionists, some of them were paid out of ESSER dollars, and so we know that ESSER dollars are going away, and so principals have a concern around how do we keep them in our building. Most of our buildings have 95% reading curriculum, and so they support any of our Tier 2, Tier 3 students. They do small groups. They actually have a team of our specials. So when our specials are with us full-time, they are also supporting. They do testing, and they do monthly cycles. So depending on if it's a whole building being tested or if it's just tiered groups, they also provide the testing where the students move from one skill level to the next. The other component of reading intervention is that it's tied directly to like our Fast Bridge and CAP assessments, in particular our CBM testing, where you're testing for fluency and accuracy. And so it was the #1 item on the principal's list was we must keep our reading interventionist if we plan on moving the data and showing that academic success, because they are extremely vital in our buildings. Most of them sit on building leadership teams, and so they have a very strong voice in the building. They will calculate data. They will present professional development to staff. And again, they're also monitoring the fidelity of the curriculum. And so it's just extremely important that we keep our reading interventionists in place. Some buildings are also tied to math interventionists. And so if there's not money within the building title budgets to be able to keep them, and that's going to take a dip in your data. Not only you're missing a person, but you're also missing someone that is leading an entire system across several buildings. So that was the number one item on behalf of elementary principals, was we must keep our reading interventionist.
Our next area of needs or concern deals around special education as a whole. So making sure that we are well-staffed within specialized programs, making sure we have proper teacher-para ratios with our kids, whether it's around SLC, meaning, do we have enough SLC teachers to staff either the number of kids we have, or, we have kids who might have more minutes than other kids or more needs than other kids. And so just looking at a number on a caseload doesn't give you the whole story of how many SLC teachers a building might need. This is not only true for K through 5, this is especially important at the EC level, where many of our rooms are collaborative gen ed special ed rooms, and so having that ratio is very important, especially at that EC level. And so we would really like to take a hard look at the staffing that occurs across EC5, specialized programs, gen ed collab rooms, and SLC. The other kind of clear message was, and I think we had gotten word the last time, we will have full-time specials. But particularly, again, you have to look at individual buildings, because some buildings may only have three teachers at each grade level. Some have 3 to 4, some have 4 to 5, some have all 5. And so I think when you talk about full-time specials, it's not just art, music, and PE. You have to consider library. You have to consider technology. Some schools have, for those who've been through the AVID training, talking about possibly an AVID instructor / technology teacher to kind of help bridge that gap of the AVID training that they've received. So, I know a lot of times we talk about specials just being that art, music, and PE, but we really need to consider more than just that. Again, it's a building to building. You can't just lump us all into one area.
The next thing on our list was faces. Clearly, you have heard from the team, and I will not add anything to their passionate speeches today. But one thing that I can say is I'm a building that does not have faces. And so as I heard them speak, I thought of all the personnel that I have in my building that is doing their job. And that includes admin, that includes secretaries, social work counselors, your recovery room monitor, right? So in buildings that do not have faces, you're talking about, if you're thinking about a tree, there's a lot of limbs that is supporting the work of faces. So I'm not going to add anything more to what they have said, but it would be nice to have equity across the board in all of our buildings when it comes to faces.
And equity ties into also our classroom sizes. Several years ago, we kind of did that one size fits all. Let's just look at kind of a random number of how many teachers each building should have. But when you look at specific grade levels, and for example, my 5th grade this year sat at 25, 26 in each room. We could have hired a 5th grade teacher, if you can find one out there, but we ended up with an instructional aide. So whether it's a classroom reduction teacher, or whether it's an instructional aid to help minimize those numbers, I think being able to support those, while yes, some of us can afford those within our budgets, not all of us can, because as you know, our budgets vary building to building, and what one building can do, another building may not be able to do. One addition to staffing, again, is the instructional coaching. Several years ago, and this is probably pre-COVID, each of the larger buildings, and I'm talking probably if you had 500 or more kids, you had 2 instructional coaches. We went through a phase where it was difficult to even find one instructional coach per building. And so at that time, the larger buildings were basically cut to 1. That second one was never kind of put back into place unless we had it within our budget to buy that additional instructional coach. If you know anything about instructional coaching for a building who might have 20, 25, even 27 teachers, one person, it's very hard to lead a true model of coaching with just one person and that many teachers.
So we've kind of moved away from personnel, and now we're going to school resources, and one of them was IXL. So the district paid for IXL in math, and teachers really, really enjoyed having the IXL because you were able to differentiate skills that were needed as well as that are aligned to standards. Some buildings also paid for IXL ELA. And so again, when you're starting to consider budget cuts, that might not be something that you can afford next year. So principals would like to advocate for IXL to not only be just for math, but also for ELA, as you're able to like tier groups, add skills. One of the other components that teachers really enjoy is IXL will teach them a particular skill if they miss the answer. It will teach the correct way to get it, and then it will also increase additional questions to where they're able to master a skill. And so I just know that our elementary principals would like IXL for not just math, but also for ELA.
And probably one of our last kind of big ticket items that kind of came up across all buildings is just in relation to facilities. Whether that's the asphalt on our playgrounds, whether it's parking lots, whether it's playground structures needing fixed. Quite a few of us got brand new playground equipment several years ago, but it wears over time. And so where does that money come from? Who fixes that kind of a thing? Some schools are needing just additional repairs. I know long-term, we've got the master's facilities planning, but in the meantime, there are some buildings that need some things done to just better the building for the students. I think that's it for the overview. Questions?
Thank you so much for sharing. And board, you do have access to all of the needs assessments so that we can go through those, or you can go through those and ask questions from those as well. So I'll open the floor to the board for any questions for elementary. Dr. Nguyen.
Thank you very much. What does SLC stand for?
Student Learning Center. So students who may have just a specific learning disability or an intellectual disability, they're not a specialized placement child. They just receive some services, whether it's direct services where they're pulled out of the classroom. They may receive collaborative services where they're in the classroom and the special education support comes into the gen ed room.
So is that
so it's special education
within
teacher.
special ed
Yeah.
funding then?
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know. And I don't remember seeing a place on the needs assessment, but were comments about facilities put on the needs assessments?
I think many of us probably put it towards the very end.
Okay.
At the very end, it was like other unique needs to your building would have been where we put it.
Okay, great. And just help me understand, this is a general question. I'm not understanding when you make the comment that some school budgets can afford X when other school budgets cannot afford Z.
Right. Well, for example, I'm a much larger building, so my title budget is much larger than, say, a Stony Point South building. Yeah.
Got it. Thank you.
Ms. Russell.
Yeah, thank you. So I want to go to your point number 2 around special education. And when you're talking about the ratios and you're talking about kind of the needs, looking at that personnel data, but also the needs of the students, are you talking more about the process for folks who already have an IEP or for those who need additional supports? I want to be clear about which part.
Currently, that would be those who already have an IEP.
Okay. And so, okay, I need to think about that follow-up question. Going to your third point around full-time specials, and I don't mean to agitate in this way, but I think I would push back a little bit around us setting the expectation of what specials looks like across the district for elementary, because I don't quite think I understand why someone would have less time based on a building they are in compared to another building, why some kids get 30 minutes, but other kids only get an hour. And those are just arbitrary numbers I'm saying. But if I understood what you were saying about full-time and part-time specials, I don't quite understand why someone would
So
not.
I'm just speaking full-time period. So like for a building who might have 5 teachers, for us to guarantee that there is a common PLC time and a common planning time, we've got to have enough specials teachers for all of those teachers to convene. Not saying it can't be done if we don't have full-time specials, but then you start to piecemeal your daily schedule. And so you, as a grade level, I might have PE at 2 this day, but on Thursday I'm gonna have it at 9. And it begins to also play with your core content. So where we want a 90-minute block for ELA or a 70-minute block for math, now I've got to do a 30-minute here, a 30-minute here. It's just not as concise, and I hate to use the word pretty, but it not having full-time specials just kind of makes your schedule messy and not cohesive.
Just for clarity, we did add the staffing with ESSER dollars a few years ago, so they would not have to do that.
Right.
And as we were looking at what that looks like when that went away, that's where with title dollars, what was communicated was what is currently being staffed, we would use title dollars to ensure that. And how that has been interpreted varies, but that's what we had committed to ensure that there was common plan time and common PLC. When you get to like buildings that are larger or smaller, you run into an issue of if I have a person that teaches art all day at a building that's a 2-section school, they have gaps in their schedule, and that's where someone shared where they're doing interventions and that kind of thing. This year, while we did allocate and fund them all, we weren't able to hire for them all. So in some cases, in small buildings, they ended up sharing a person. They still have a full-time person to make the plan time happen, but it wasn't full-time in the sense that person was in the building. So the interpretation around should that person just be in my building all day or go over here and these students don't have anyone and then we have a sub that. So it's those nuances that we run into with a lot of the staffing components. We do allocate money for the specialized classrooms. There's not necessarily, you can't find the people. So then you have all of these intersections of we have allocated for smaller class sizes, for all of those things, and then you have these open positions, and that tension starts to build, and the frustration comes out when you have to be creative around what that looks like, and it's not equitable. While some schools are able to fully staff, hire a reading and intervention teacher, and have 2 instructional coaches, another building will have not a fully staffed, and they have like TAs and subs and no reading intervention teachers. So on the backside, in order to make sure that the students are having an equitable experience, we may come over and say, hey, Desiree, this reading intervention teacher, we need a 5th grade, because they need the first instruction. So then that leads to then the next year is like, well, I want my reading. So it's like this unfortunate hamster wheel. And as long as we continue to do school like we do traditionally, we'll keep having the same conversation. So I just wanted to interject that in all of the things that were spoken around staffing, there's current money allocated for it. There's not the human beings to fill the positions in the way that we staff.
I hear you. I will push back a little bit that I think some of that is true, but I also think when I look at the culture surveys in some buildings, that is also a piece of vacancies.
I wasn't getting into the why.
No, okay. I just want to be clear that can be one perception.
Allocated.
And Ms. Russell,
Gotcha.
when you were commenting about full-time versus part-time, meaning minute-wise, our specials times are currently, last year and this year, are all the same. So we have 50-minute specials 4 days a week, 25 minutes on Wednesdays, and that's across the board.
But Okay, I think I get what you're saying, but in some of those instances, as mentioned, you may be piecemealing. It may not be 50 minutes at one time, it may be
It could be.
25 here.
Right. We could
Okay.
go back to looking at like PE music, where we used to be 30-30.
I'm with you.
Yeah.
Okay. Going to your point around faces, I also was very much caught off guard today, and on behalf of the board, I think I can say that we apologize that was the experience or that was what was portrayed. I've not once since I've been on this board heard anyone make mention of that, and so I feel personally like caught off guard, but also I think, yes, to Dr. Stubblefield's point, we have to figure that out. But I think my question around faces at the elementary level is how do we continue? Yes, a person is great, but what is the philosophy? What work can we do around the philosophy around family engagement at the elementary level that truly engages parents where they're at and not calling them to us, but meeting parents where they are at, and that will take the entire building. And so while I am supportive of putting faces in every building, I also want to know what is the pedagogy or the curriculum or the things that we do that the entire building sees it as everyone's responsibility. Because I think that's what I oftentimes hear is one person is doing all the work and they're tired, and that's why we have this consistent turnover. And so what would you say as you're proposing faces in every building that we're also committing to ensure that everyone in the building knows they have a role in this? So
I think for those of us who have not had a faces, it has been a building-wide. As Desiree said, like for those of us who haven't had it, it's been our social workers, counselors, our building leadership teams, our attendance secretary. I mean, it has been a hands-on with everybody. So for someone who hasn't had a faces, I guess we just keep operating as we have, but.
do we think we've been productive in that?
Yes, it's just a lot of work. When you talk about the same people kind of, and you know, some of it too is not that the teachers aren't on board with it, but it takes some kind of backdoor planning, like behind the scenes planning too. And so you end up having some of the same people always planning the activities. And not that the teachers don't participate in those activities, but the planning much of the time ends up on the counselors, social workers, administration.
Okay. I appreciate your honesty. Thank you.
And Ms. Russell, I do just want to offer, as the Welcome Center has grown throughout this year, one of the things that they do is actually meet with the faces of all of the buildings on a pretty regular basis. I'm looking at Dr. Australia, and they're nodding. And then I know that that is something that has come from that the Welcome Center staff as well, is that if all of the schools, they could provide the professional development and the philosophy, and then help the schools and the principals to know and understand what are those district required initiatives and provide that support, which is why it was on there. And I think if you take a look at their plan, or when they share it in the future, they can talk about how they have leveraged faces in the buildings that has faces, but how they would use them if all of the buildings had them. And he's nodding, is that correct? Okay. Dr. Australia was nodding, yeah.
Mr. Mylan, you had a
To you both, thank you all for sharing. I have one quick question, this for clarity. In lieu of the salaries or the funding or the budget that's in place, in dealing with the past, do we have a decrease in the staffing over the past several years that's needed, that's decreasing? Or is there an increase in the students to be supported by the staffing? I'm hoping you're understanding what I'm saying. Or do we have a staffing issue that's negating from administering and catering to the students, to the population?
Well, it varies school to school, and it also varies year to year. So like each year as a principal, we're told what our staffing is going to be for the following year, and that's always based on our September 20th count. So we may gain, we may lose. That then affects, so let's say I'm going to lose a teacher for next year, but I really feel like I need to keep that teacher to keep my class sizes to, not small, because they're never small, but to a manageable amount of students, then I'm going to have to purchase that teacher out of my title budget, which then takes away from some other things that I might want to have purchased, whether it was a reading interventionist, whether it was a instructional coach, whether it was,
Well,
everything
what
just kind
wage is the greater dimension, so to speak? The staffing, or to try to increase, to maintain the student ratio and the teacher, or instructors, or the staff?
What was your question?
Okay. Well,
His question is, what is deemed more, go ahead.
what is being more subjective in you're trying to keep up with? The staffing with the students, or the students with the staffing?
They kind of go hand in hand.
Okay.
Right, I mean,
So just a little background on staffing. Overall, I think to your general question, the districts, if you look at the number of students the districts were serving 2 to 3 years ago, it was greater than what it is now. And that's the trend across most districts after COVID. Like, students just didn't come back or showed up and looked at alternatives. Our enrollment has hovered between 20 and 21,000 before I got here. Previous to me being here in 2021, it was around 23,000. So there was a shift of, like, in some buildings, they maintain and they didn't see their numbers shift, but to Lori's point, in other buildings, they drastically lost students, so they lost multiple teachers or sections of teachers.
I didn't want to complicate it, so the
Yeah.
staffing has not been able to keep up with the student increase.
right.
That
If
was-
they increase.
The students have decreased. We had staffing challenges before that.
Okay.
So it is like, it's not that, like, if we had kept all the staff that we had from 2020, we wouldn't have any openings, but we have.
Already
openings
had
every-
staffing problem before, prior to.
Not, but I would say not before COVID.
Okay.
Since COVID, yes.
All right, thank you.
Ms. Russell?
So I think I heard his question differently, and maybe the question I heard, and maybe I'd be interested in understanding is, so we have these ratios. You as a building principal have decided, I want my classrooms to be smaller, so you're taking dollars out of title funds. And so I would be interested to see at this elementary level, since we're having this conversation, how many elementary level principals are making that same decision, and that should inform our ratios. Because if we have folks taking dollars outside of title dollars, which is taking away from something else, as you mentioned, why do we have such high ratios if our principals are telling us, hey, I'm investing every year in one more person just so that I can have 1 to 20 versus 1 to 24. And so I think that's a conversation we should be having, so that we're not, and I want to be careful of having that conversation too, because I also am giving the caveat that I'm not saying we then say, okay, well, we're just going to take from everyone's title dollars to pay for this, but that we're being intentional about the way in which we're making decisions around ratios and the dollars we're then giving to principals. Because I would hate to say, oh, I had this bright idea today that we changed the ratios, and then she says my budget is smaller because you said that. So that's where my head went with that question.
Yeah, and just so that, to level set and not to drag out the elementary, the ratios are set so that it's equitable across the district. And I believe elementary is at 1 to 21?
Depends on the level. So you have K through 2, and then you have a 3 through 5 ratio.
Right.
So are we talking about equality, or are we talking about equity? Because
saying equity.
equity means everyone has 1 to 18 students, if that's what everyone's doing. 1 to 21, and those buildings that can afford it can do it, and those buildings that can't. That's not equity.
So just a quick education on title dollars, we cannot supplant. So we have to, what is equitable is what can be afforded in the general funds budget. What is equitable is K through 1 is 1 to 21, because we can afford it unless you're gonna take it from somewhere else.
And that's the conversation.
Yeah, so what's equitable based on how the budget has been set, was 1 to 21. It was lower than that a few years ago when you didn't have a shortage of teachers, because my first year here, it was low, and then people who had title money still used it to make it lower, and we had kids, and you heard from parents, they came and said, my child has not had a certified reading teacher their entire middle school career. So while we were allocating money to those spaces, what was not equitable was a school, for whatever reason, who could be fully staffed, that child got a different educational experience than another school that needed some more support for whatever reason. We had the people to spread it out to ensure that the first teach was a certified teacher. And so the decision was made to find something that we could potentially fully staff or become close to fully staffing. And then those buildings who receive the additional title funds is typically based off of SES and those kind of things, so you have more at-risk students there. They didn't have enough funds to lower their classes size more if that's what they choose to do with their dollars and or add the other layers. A building that does not have those title funds, who have students who are just as at risk, they don't have a source to go to. So
So would the equity in that conversation be that we make building level budget decisions when in this process, would the conversation not be in that scenario that we as a board are saying that building gets more because they're not going to get at-risk dollars or Title II dollars?
So the at-risk dollars are different. Title dollars you cannot supplant. So whatever you level, like if it's 1 to 20, title we can't go over here and then say, you're 1 to 20, so now we're gonna make it, because we're supplanting. So you gotta have a floor for title in order not to, because title is above and beyond or additional. You can't, that's what we can't supplant. And avoiding the supplanting, even when we're talking about putting faces in all of the buildings, if there is somebody who's paying for it for title dollars, we're gonna have to go back and pay for it, and then those title dollars go back to them. Because if we're saying all buildings get it, all buildings get it, you can't use title dollars for it. So you gotta find the balance where you can support all buildings at the level that we feel like it is needed and we can afford, and then the title dollars are above and beyond that. And those are not the rules that we make up. So it's this very delicate balance of addressing the needs of all of our buildings, but at the same time allowing the people who have title dollars in whatever amount to be able to leverage them in a way that is meaningful for students. Because if you do too much, you have a lot of carryover title dollars because they only can do, support, and sustain so much in a year. So if we do everything for every building, the title dollar, then it looks like we don't need the title dollar. So it's like this hamster wheel there as well. So that's where, when we're talking about it, level setting, so when we say this is what you get for specials, we were able to go back and use title dollars to go above and beyond to ensure that everybody had a full-time special. If we just paid for full-time specials out of the general fund, we would not be able to use title dollars for that. So it's like, how do we leverage our title dollars? How do we make sure that all the schools have what they need? And then those schools that are larger and have more title dollars, what are those things within what we have to do to maintain or regain our accreditation based off that feedback that we can implement, sustain, and support as a system. And so it is complicated, yet also it seems very simple. Yeah.
So who sets the floor for title dollars?
That's based off building needs assessments, and the title people do needs assessments, so, yeah.
And so all of your concerns of however many elementary schools we have were specifically identified in the needs assessments. And if not, then we need the opportunity, provide you the opportunity to give us some more data, to give us some more Because, again, what we haven't done, what we have to do is to consider your needs assessments. And again, the understanding that I have of how you put your data down is that what would provide the setting, the environment, the support, the resources, the personnel, XYZ, for each student to reach proficiency. Now, miracles do happen. We have to have that attitude. And based on the bill that we consider today concerning K-12 with SPED and at-risk dollars, it's such a high priority to succeed, and we had to depend on you. And so if after we've had this conversation, and we must have more conversations on the school level. I have no authority to say this, but I'll welcome, and I think the board welcomes, if you have to provide us more data, that's not the last time we need to see the needs assessment, if something else needs to be on there. So, but let me ask you the real question I was thinking. How many, have you all identified on these needs assessments, how many reading intervention teachers your school needed?
Again, it depends on the building size. So I
No,
currently
I
have
mean,
two.
each of these, each building, have
In their
they
needs.
said, I need
Yes,
four?
I believe in their building, I mean,
It's
yes,
there.
without reading every single building needs assessment, because.
No, I'm sorry, what did you say? I wasn't listening.
So each principal would have put that in their
Yes.
building needs assessment.
Yes, so-
Under staffing.
Okay, so if then we get the stack, and we then know, in a perfect world with all time and all money, that's the number you are saying right now would work.
That was the top amongst all of the buildings, was the
Gotcha.
reading interventionist.
So these are four priorities. What other items didn't make the top four, but obviously just as important because you put them down?
Yeah, and they were, I mean, you can get, again, into each individual
Yeah.
building and their unique needs.
And we will.
What
Hopefully.
was asked of us was just give us your top two or three so that we could
Right, I mean, I
just
think I
kind of-
asked it.
Yeah, kind
But,
of.
but
into
now,
that, but-
now you're here, you better use your time.
All of my needs were what I talked about.
Okay. Well, you're representing, not you. Okay, so we'll glean
One
it.
thing that was brought up was tutoring during the day.
Okay.
I know some schools had TPT this year. Again, I was not one of those buildings. But
For a big building, you sure ain't got nothing,
Right.
boy. Listen.
well, we make do with what we got.
Ain't? I know she did. Go.
Sorry.
We're tutoring.
ELA,
Right.
sorry.
So I do have tutoring after school, but we also know we cannot hit nearly the number of kids we need to hit with after-school tutoring, whether it's due to transportation issues, family obligations. I mean, for, again, a building my size, we hit a very small number of kids. Now, some of that is also because finding staff to stay after school after they've taught all day long is also another hurdle that we have to encounter. Being able to provide tutoring during the day, kind of like our intervention with reading, we're able to hit a lot more kids than we can with after-school tutoring. What that looks like, or what kind of, we have our intervention per se for reading, it's the 95%. We would have to look at something specific to math, whether it's utilizing the IXL to do the small group tutoring within the day, but definitely something that every building could utilize as tutoring in the day.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Additional questions from board members for elementary?
I know the last time when you guys were here, you said you needed nurses. Is that still a need?
Yes. With all these pink shirts here, you're stuttering?
I wasn't the chosen one last time.
Well, okay, I mean, it's on record, they said it.
Yes.
Yes, you can hear them, it's still a need. Yes. So you would say the consensus is every elementary school needs a full-time nurse in their building?
Yes.
And let's be specific. Didn't you say an RN? Did you not say, I mean, we can check the tape, find out.
What did
Did
you
you
say?
say an RN?
RN, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Additional questions for our elementary group? Thank you. Okay. Thank you again for the information. We always reserve the right to ask you follow-up questions. But thank you so much for the presentation and information tonight. And I know we have our other buildings present, or other principals for other buildings present. I also know that they have activities, some have activities that they do want to try to get to tonight in their buildings. But board, we want to make sure you have an opportunity if there are any pressing questions that we didn't get to ask them last time, or if there's additional information that we would like to know, now would be an appropriate time for either the high school or the middle school level. Again, if you can't get a question tonight or you think about it afterwards, we can always send those to Dr. Stubblefield and have follow-up conversations. But since they're here, if there are any questions from board members for our middle school or high school principals. Yes, Ms. Russell?
Yeah, if the people who did middle school and high school would mind coming up and giving their quick elevator speech of what they said were the top three, I would greatly appreciate it before we head into the deeper conversation, just to have those. Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening, Board President, Dr. Stubblefield. Thank you all for having us tonight. For middle school, I'm going to speak to what was pressing for middle school. We talked about MTSS, which is a multi-tier support system for interventions and having more support around those, and having some software such as what the elementary stated before, the IXL and the Lexia, continuing the Lexia, but adding the IXL potentially not only for math, but maybe reading. We talked about more restorative justice practices and training for all staff to help lower some of the concerns around some of the staff members and the struggle that they're having with students. Enhancing or dealing with chronic absenteeism. We'll continue to use our face as people for those types of things, but also just trying to find positive ways to engage our families and helping them understand why we need to be in school every day. Those types of things, and then training for new electives with graduate requirements, making sure all staff members are trained through those things. And that was for middle school. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
For the high school, we talked about the way that the high school team comes together on a regular basis to talk about academics, behavior, and attendance issues with our students and how to enhance those opportunities for our students. We focus primarily with AVID resources across all the high schools, implementing it at a deeper level, as well as the intervention time that's available to us. We talked about IXL at both math and ELA as an opportunity for interventions for our students, who are especially struggling readers and those who have numeracy struggles. We found out at the last meeting that we would have access to IXL Math through the State Department. And so then whether it's IXL for English or Lexia that move it from the middle school and expand it up to the high school, some type of intervention support. As far as the attendance and the behavior issues, as we talk through those and work through those, we really are reaching out to engage our community, involve our community, and to enhance mentoring programs in each of the high schools so that we can develop relationships with our students and our community and mentors so as to identify their unique needs, because there's not one approach to the attendance or to the behavior that is the issue. It's individual supports for our students.
Appreciate it. Thank you. And just one follow-up question, and middle school, get ready. So my question for you all is the same way we ended the last question. Would you say that it's important that every high school have a RN within the building?
Oh, very definitely. That's
Okay.
an important piece of our work.
Thank you. Middle school? Yes. And middle school, I have the same question. Would you also say that it's important for every
Yes.
building to have an RN?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there, yes, Ms. Page?
I'm sorry, I have a question. I didn't mean to let you.
They ran off.
Well, both.
Talking to them.
We giving everybody exercise today.
Now, lately been hearing from a lot of parents who can appreciate restorative justice, but they're saying that maybe we've lost control. So what are we doing, or what do we need to do? You know, we got to have more suggestions, something, because has everyone in every school been trained on restorative justice?
No. Dr. Wilson has done a good job of making sure we receive the training. We have Panorama, we have the playbook, which also includes some of the strategies that we can use to develop different processes with students and their families. So that's what we've been using to help incorporate not only the student and the parent, but try to come up with a plan to help the individualized student get what they need. So it's not that I understand the restorative part, but it's going to take some time to get everyone into that realm of thinking. I think most importantly, what we have to do is help our parents to understand that we need to send kids to school to learn, not to fight. And that's part of the problem. I understand they make the complaints to you all, but there's a different message that's sent to us when they come to the school site. And so, as I've told parents before, we don't come to work to fight. Please don't promote that in our buildings and our sites, because it sends a different message. And so what they're sharing sometimes with the board and other members is not the same things that's happening at the school site. And so they sometimes say it's okay to fight, and it's not. It promotes a violent situation, which gets other students and teachers in trouble.
So can I expand on the we? So who is the we? So you're saying your staff has not been trained on restorative justice?
Some staff, majority of the staff get some form of training, but it needs to be ongoing and continuous.
So you're saying some staff have no idea of the foundational pieces of restorative justice, but they're really just basing it off of your leadership and the training you've received, and not so much they have had that training.
Right.
So that's a problem.
Yeah, I just do want to clarify.
Yeah, please do.
All of the high schools in August of 2021, 22 receive restorative practice justice changes.
Staff?
I'm looping around to that. And then the following year, it was offered to all of the middle school staff, and any new staff was included in that. If staff was hired after that, this year, it'll be offered to all of that staff. So it's a rotation. Staff is hired at different times during the year, so there is a plan, and there's also like limited professional development days and those kind of things. So it's a balance. There is a plan, and
Can you clarify, and I'm sorry, can you clarify offered? Offered meaning you opt in, or offered being everyone in the same PD is doing it?
everyone that was at the high school received the training, and it was on those particular days. We hire a lot of people during the month of August after those first days of PD. So they didn't get the intense training that they did. And that's where Dr. Wilson and his team have been working to build the capacity with the principals to provide the support. But every August, and then there is also some follow-up days on some PD days that they come in and train the staff. If the staff is not present or they don't work for us on those days, they are cycling back to that. So it's a balance of what is being said, and certified staff during the school year is a little more stable, but some of the classified staff turnover. So it's doing those things with intentionality, which is why as they go to different buildings or grade levels, the levels that have already been trained, those staff members are then saying, you have to be here. And it's typically in August when we have the longer full days around that.
And I'm not saying what you're saying is not accurate or it's not true, but I do have just a little bit of pause when the consensus around our top priorities in a budget conversation, number 2 for middle schools is restorative justice practice training.
That was just shared this year. They've had the training, but.
But I guess
And
my
I'm not
question is,
disagreeing.
what do we do next? What is?
There is
Can
a
I-
plan
can I
for that.
clarify
Yeah.
the comment?
So, yeah.
Yes, restorative practices, but also a lot more training around de-escalation techniques, because that's not always within that training that all staff received. Most staff are talking about now de-escalation techniques, which is a little bit different than the restorative practices training.
I was just trying to clarify that the student support department, they have a plan, they have the training, they have the ongoing professional development. And while I understand, and I'm not saying that Ms. Chapman's statement is not the reality is we do have turnover of staff. So there, and she's nodding, but I think she's saying like those gaps and those cycles. So we have professional development every Wednesday. Some of them do include that, but you also have to remember that we have to prioritize like the academic and the content things. So those things are all competing for the same time. She's not going to necessarily say our first priority is X, Y, Z, because that is a given, but there is structure, support, and then hearing that, they can evaluate it and look at it, and there may be other times that it needs to be offered for other staff, but I just wanted to clarify that there is, not was, a plan for the training and the implementation.
And I just want to be clear and emphasize that I was just asking a question, and I wanted clarity on the question, because when something rises to the top to me, we can prioritize academics, but a lot of times the disruptions and all of the issues continue to get in the way of us actually getting to the academics. So we have to also prioritize the importance of what the staff is saying they need. And I was just asking a question. So I appreciate you. Thank you.
Can I ask us, and I'll get back to you, Ms. Page, I'm sorry, just a related question in general, and either middle or high school or both, just around, going along with the restorative practices, there's been an emphasis around trauma-informed schools initiatives within the district. I know that's a long-term approach, and we've been doing the training by feeder patterns, and we've had trainings at the schools. I'm curious, in your assessment or general conversations within your groups, how do you feel, similar to the restorative practices piece, that is that a piece that has been helpful in addition to this or not? And just kind of a general assessment, what you all, if there is consensus around it.
I think it's real important to understand that whether you're talking about trauma-sensitive approach or restorative practices, it involves a culture change. It's not something you just put in place and it's done. It really is a change from the idea of, and many of it's been in the district a while, from punitive action in response to student behavior to one where we're trying to heal and problem solve and help grow and help the student develop. And so it's going to take time. And it is going to take us bringing our community together. And that's, again, why the community engagement is so important, so that we come together and we have this common idea of how we develop our students, not punish our students.
Thank you.
I guess the second part is, I heard everything you said, but is there a parent piece? I know you said community, but are we reaching out? Are we teaching the parents, exposing them to what we're trying to do, going to wherever we can go to send the message?
So just to, and Ms. Page, just if we can talk into the mic, just in case you couldn't hear, what's the parent component in addition to what we're doing at the schools and engaging community partners, but that parent component around this work?
I think what we've all tried to do is engage our parents in everything that we say and do. Family advocacy is always a big knife for every school, but I think what happens sometimes when they get to middle school and high school, we lose our parents a little bit. The kids need to not be left alone. That's the time when the parenting is most important. And so it's real hard to have a conversation around grades and things like that when that's not a priority sometimes, just based off all the things that parents have to deal with in our community.
Thank you. Ms. Clark.
I don't know if this is a question or a statement, but one of the things that has come to me a few times is how many times do we let someone be a repeat offender before we start moving them and thinking about more alternative schools? Because when I hear everyone speak, not as much from elementary, but I'm sure it's still an issue, it's how many times do we let our classrooms and people, same repeat offenders, be disruptive? So restorative justice can be practiced, but should it be practiced maybe in a different place? Should there be places that are built out for these repeat offenders that will help them? And I've gotten that message from teachers, from staff, of why do we keep trying to put students that maybe this classroom is not the best place for them. So I'm just curious, no one has to answer me, but
I'll be happy to just give an opinion about it. We need alternative options. We don't have enough. We are constantly trying to come up with alternative to suspension options for our students so that they can still earn an education. We just have limited options.
okay.
I don't think it's just the option, it's the process for getting the kids to be removed. We can go through the SIP plans, we can do the panorama things, but the amount of time, when you're being told you have to wait 8 weeks before this kid moves, it's tough on the administrator. People's kids are being put at risk, and to be honest with you, some of our kids are being hurt by students in different special needs or exceptional needs kids, and at some point, that is disrupting the entire school culture.
Thank you. I'll end by saying, because we put a lot of time on the ones that are not performing, and I just want to end by saying we do have students that are performing, and that's where I think you're saying they're interrupting the classroom, and then we have a lot of conversations around our test scores and how kids are not doing well, but we keep putting a lot of energy. And so I think at some point, board, we're going to have to really think about what those alternatives are for these students.
We are at that point.
I
Can we
agree
say
with
at-
you. It just
I third
let
that.
me clarify.
Can we
We are
say
at that point, but restorative justice in a different way. So back
Can we
to the
just
point.
say alternative at elementary, middle, and high school? I'm a former elementary principal, and running around as an elementary principal and trying to do everything we're asked to do, it's tough at every level. So I think it's at every level.
I appreciate that, because I was looking in the audience, and there was an elementary person that I have talked to before that literally called out we should be having more security in our elementary. So I do think, to Dr. Wynn's point, I didn't want to be so direct, but we are at that point.
That's our job.
That's our job. We are at that point of figuring out other ways to solve for the problem, because we continue to do the same thing, and we continue to hear the same thing, so.
Thank you, Ms. Clark.
Thank you all. I think y'all can walk back this time.
Thank you very much. Board, as you have additional questions, please make sure that we send those to Dr. Stubblefield. We're going to take a quick recess just before we continue on with the budget to give people a chance to move. Let's do a quick 7-minute break. conversation. Thanks for giving us a quick break. Board, we're going to continue briefly with our budget conversation. Again, thank you to our principals who were here and staff who were able to answer questions. Board, we're going to continue the conversation around our budget. At the last special board meeting, we discussed potential options and in terms of what we wanted to look at with our budget for the coming year, including some of the continuations for the ESSER and some other thoughts around the budget. And I believe staff are going to share some of this. Again, I would just remind us as board members, and it's in here, right? We've got our board priorities, and it's always what's best, keeping top of mind. And I think that's the conversation, that this is the right time to have conversations around what is best for students and how do we get there based on our assessments and our budget. So Dr. Stubblefield, I will defer to you now with our budget presentation.
Okay, and I don't know, Ms. Kaiser, is it pulled up so we can just run through it quickly? We can highlight what the changes are? And I don't mind like running through it, and then if you all can answer, if you can pull it up there. So, based off the conversation and reminding you of the priorities, I'm going to jump down to this slide here, just a reminder. Based off of those priorities, these are initiatives that were that occurred. Originally, it doesn't mean that you can't add more, but based off what was said at the time, since the 2021, since I've been here, there was an additional $3.2 million added to the nursing budget, $1.3 million, almost $4 million to the law enforcement and SSAs. Minimum pay was increased to $15. Additional social workers were added, additional paras, community partnerships. There was $100,000 allocated for that line. And then $447,000 was added to the Diploma Plus for student tuition support. The things that we were continuing from the ESSER, and some of them were talked about and how they were shifted. The specials teachers, which was discussed with the elementaries, and then some of the behavior contracts with SPED. We did recently advertise for BCBAs and RBTs, and those are, BCBAs are behavior specialists, and RBTs are, they support them and they collect data. Dr. Laurie and her team are building those positions into their budget to provide the support, to continue that support that was provided. The expansion of Kids On and reading intervention teachers are on there, and there it does say that it's paid by the schools because that was in addition to. If, based off what was shared, the board was going to allocate that to every building, title dollars can no longer be used for it, and that line would grow. You would take an average salary of $58,000 times 28 elementary sites, and that's what that number would be. We don't have that today. If you were just wondering based off.
Before you go, why would title dollars not be eligible to pay for reading intervention teachers?
If you were going to have them at every school site, because then you would be supplanting.
That's
You
what
are saying, yes. So anytime you provide something to every school, you cannot use title dollars to pay for it because title dollars are for above and beyond. So that's why if we were saying we provide the core instructing teacher for every grade level, then those buildings that have a larger title budget because of the needs of the students, they're able to purchase a reading intervention teacher. If we were to then allocate some different money for it, you automatically cannot use the title money, no longer use the title money.
And do we have a list someplace that tells us what title dollars can be used for?
So yes, the title dollars, there's flexibility based off of like programming of what's on the what works list. Like the federal programs could give you those guidelines for that. And if we wanted to include it in the end of the week, we could. But yes, there are specific guidelines around what the federal dollars can and can't be used and how. But a lot of it is, there is flexibility, but it really comes down to what are you providing as baseline for the district on what that looks like and what your options are.
And is that the same, I'll say, criteria that you provided to the Finance Committee the very first meeting? You had an explanation of title dollars. Does that document answer my question?
Yes, it did. We
Okay.
had on there, I think, some information that's shared with parents and community members about how title funds can be used. So
Okay,
we can sure get that back to you guys.
So we can put that in our library?
Yes.
Yes.
All right.
The next slide just tells you what the operational budget, what monies can be used there, and then the non-operational budget, just defining those because certain monies can only be used for certain things. The next slide shows you what, if nothing changes in the legislation, how much we would get base per pupil based off of our based off our enrollment. We would be getting an additional $6 million. And with that,
Before you proceed, nothing can change the base per pupil because that is the Gannon case.
yes.
It's the
Unless they
other
decide
stuff.
not to. Okay, I know, but yes. So this year, nothing can change it, correct? Or until 2027? Yeah, so that will be what it is for the base per pupil. The next one is the committed expenses, based off the $6 million, and I'm just rounding, $6 million on funding increase last year with the, those covered under the negotiated agreement, there was a 2-year contract. I did want to clarify, this only includes staff that are paid out of general funds, LOB, and at risk. This does not include staff that's paid for out of SPED and title, because there was some question around like that number is small. And so it doesn't include staff that's paid out of SPED, title, classified staff, nor administrators, because that was only what was covered in the negotiated agreement. The cost of health insurance, and then workers' compensation, and that leaves $1.1 million remaining.
And I'm sorry, your
Yes.
health insurance is for all employees?
Health insurance, and yes, all
Okay.
employees,
Okay.
yes. And then the next slide is what is ESSER continuation in the new funding, the dual language sites, the $2 million in curriculum. Remember, we bought curriculum out of ESSER dollars, so we need to build up that instructional resource. And this is like our foundation. This is not addition. This is not extra. This is to make sure that all of our students have this for K-5 math, or all of our algebra classes have this book. This is not additions or add-ons. The technology, we have connected iPads and MacBooks and teacher devices and all of those things were paid for out of ESSER dollars as the pandemic was happening. And in order to continue and sustain that, we need to add that additional money to the technology department. The Welcome Center, and then the Panorama and MTSS, and you heard the staff talk about the MTSS, that was a priority for them. And then Canvas, because we have to have a learning management system, and that's our current learning management system. All of those were paid out of ESSER dollars. That gives you a negative $2.445 million. On the next slide is some new information, and that's where, based off of feedback, looking at building needs assessments, and you heard it from staff today, was we were looking at adding 33 additional FACES positions. I will say that that number will grow because there are some buildings that pay for out of title. If we're going to provide it for all buildings, they can no longer use, almost certain they can't use their title dollars. At the secondary level, some of them pay for it and they're not using title dollars, so it won't necessarily grow up to 48, but that number will increase once we go back and look, if that is something that the board chooses to move forward with. At the early childhood level, we did add instructional aides once they lost students or didn't have students, and so they lost some paraprofessionals that were previously paid for out of special education. In order to provide that support, we provided those instructional aides out of ESSER dollars. We were working with Dr. Cook, and she was trying to figure out how to include it in her budget, and she said there was no way to do it, so that is now on there. And it's 7 positions that we would recommend that we continue at the early childhood level because of their structure and setup. They need those positions. Nursing, there's no dollar there because there will be conversation. Athletics and fine arts, we were gathering information from them. Then on the next slide, based off of what was provided to the other employee groups for an increase last year, classified, just want to remind everybody the percentage is an average and it depends on where people are in looking at that. So classified with an average of 5%, and then administrator either 3 or 4%, and then the ESSER continuation. That puts you at a negative $6.951 million or a negative $7.125 million before you fill in those other blanks. And so when you pull all of that together, that now shows you where you are. And if we were just looking at an overall reduction of 3%, that would take you to 8.54 or 8.715, that when we look at budgets that we would have to find. One of the things, Ms. Kaiser, if you can go to the next slide. One of the things that during Finance Committee that we wanted to provide clarity on, when we look at our total general fund budget, 284 million of that is the total general fund budgets. That's not including like title and sped, because you can't include it in that because those things are fixed and allocated to specific things. Salary and benefits, that means people, is $231 million of that. Operational budget is $52 million. That's all the other stuff. That's the supplies, whatever you think of that's not actual people. So if we just took 3% of the operational budget, it would garner a $1.5 million. And you saw the number we were trying to get to. So the scenarios that we are sharing today based off of what was requested, we removed the one that included reducing the budget by $1 million. If we did the continuation of ESSERs, we classify an administrative salary. Before you fill in those other 3 lines, you're at anywhere between a negative 6.9 or 7.1. If you reduce it by 3% to have to reduce it by 3%, you're at a negative 8.5 to 8.75. Then there's the timeline that's there for the things that we have to do by the state. The other document that is attached under budget today is just to show you high level, and it doesn't mean that this is what you would do, but if you were unilaterally trying to get to those scenarios, it shows you the impact on every department's budget. And even though every department's budget, some we're saying add to and do that, you just would have to do the math to make sure you're adding the things that you want. Doesn't mean that every department has to be equally at 3%, but we just wanted you all to have the information so that you would know the impact on each of the various departments' budgets, depending on the scenario. So that one of the things that, once we know the scenarios, we, myself and the finance team can sit down with departments, and schools are on here as well, and talk about like how they get to that amount, or to look at it and say, there's no way that particular department can get to that amount, so we need to take it out somewhere else. But we can start to have conversations around that, and they could come up with recommendations of, this is where I can tighten up, or I've had these 3 open positions for a while, so I can restructure, with the understanding of the things that are on here that we are saying that we are adding are like protected or in that manner. That takes, people would need time to do that. So we don't have those scenarios today. And as I stated in the last meeting, we really don't want to do hypothetics, because I think that's where some of the miscommunication comes, and then people think that their positions are being targeted based off of just assumptions and filling in gaps. And we don't want to cause chaos. We don't want people to be upset. We want to have real conversations about how do we get to all of these things that we're trying to get to in the best way to achieve the goals of the district. So that's all of the information. We will be happy to answer any questions, or if you have thoughts about what the process might look like. If you feel like something is missing, we're happy to answer the questions.
Ms. Russell.
Go ahead. I'll keep it.
So I just wanted to circle back, because at our last conversation, we talked about 5 areas not being impacted. However, in scenario 1 and 3, they all have a deduction. And I had that we talked about multilingual, health services, dual language, fine arts, athletics, technology, and curriculum, because we were going to be adding to those budgets that we wouldn't be taking away. So maybe it was 7, or maybe they're in mixed budgets. But all of that to say, everyone has a decrease in both scenario 1 and 3, but we talked about some departments we wouldn't be touching.
So I just want to clarify, we just showed it in that format so you could see the impact for everyone. It doesn't mean that that's what it would look like. So I'll give you an example. Curriculum instruction has 2 sides. They have instructional resources, and they have curriculum, and they have professional development. Where they need money is instructional resources, but they may be able to.
Tell me what department? I'm sorry.
Curriculum instruction, diploma plus curriculum instruction. Where they need money is in instructional resources, but they may be able to tighten up around professional development or some other area. Like the instructional resources line is different than another line. So I just want to be clear about that part. So they absolutely need money in the instructional resource line. And I'm not suggesting this anybody. I'm just explaining how they may be able to look at their budget and say, well, I have these positions, they're open, I can restructure to do this, and this will garner $50,000. It really would just be going to another line over to instructional resources if you look at it like that. But there may be places that they can tighten up that is not directly correlated to that particular area. Welcome Center and diploma in dual language is a little different. In order for us not to say, well, it's not going to come from there, it's going to come from here, until after we had direction or clarity around it, we didn't want to like make that choice to send the wrong message, like for somebody to think, oh, well, why am I being over? Yeah. So it really was to show you the impact if you just do a 3% straight cut. Yes.
And I would add and somewhat clarify what you just said. Looking at scenario 3 and the 3%, we asked to back out the salaries and benefits, so that would, and the intention, Ms. Clark asked for clarification for that. the intention was not to cause what happened tonight. Because we didn't have, I mean, people come up and say, I was told my position was going to be terminated. And it's like, really? We never had that conversation.
And I
And
didn't ask for
so-
clarification. I wanted to make sure that the message did
And
not
that's,
get out there.
exactly.
and we pe-
And that's the point of saying,
Somebody sent it out.
Yeah,
you back at the salaries. Okay, now, what I'm suggesting to you, Dr. Stubblefield, is that we still don't have a lot of information needed. Yet, do you expect, and it's okay, if we were to look in our library for last year's, and I use example, budget for the Board of Education, that would tell us the breakdown of the 498, 407.
yeah, so the department budgets that you received last year would outline like
Okay,
all of
so
the
that
different
needs to be
lines.
set in a file, so we're not looking for all this data. I mean, the
It's-
manner in which you presented to us is important. And it has not been presented to us in a coherent manner for us to make, in my opinion, coherent decisions. But that just, and I start with the Board of Education. So the board, we need to have input into that budget, similarly to Ms. Rachel's last year's comment. And that, not that Mr. Lopez and now Ms. Drew draw up the numbers and present it to you or to whomever they present it to us, and then they present it to us. But that if we back out the salaries and we know what the categories of everything else, then we plug in, and we can plug in without using, with the 12,000 reduction. Now, can we do that to every department? Now, this is what I don't believe we can, because now and then you'll say, well, they paid that with title and they paid this with title. Well, where is that on these two scenarios?
It is not on there because title, so if you go to slide 13, we backed out all of the salaries and we give you that information.
Right.
Total.
Slide 13?
Slide 13 on this document, the board presentation. That's, the salaries are backed out of there.
Right, we talked
So
about
when you back out the salaries, you have $52 million. If you just take 3% of $52 million, you get 1.5.
Okay.
If you don't want salaries, and that percentage would then be about, I'm just doing.
No. Help with, we're holding salaries off for that later conversation. Now, the 1.5, explain.
That's 3% of the 52 million operational budget without salaries.
So you would deduct 1.5 from 52.
Right, and so
All
you
right.
still would have a gap. Now, if you wanted all
Would
to
have a
come-
gap?
Yes.
In
'cause
what?
The
In what
gap
category?
would be any category. If you just take the scenario with all of the things, the lowest number on there is
What scenario you're looking at?
number 11, slide 11, if you go up, the lowest amount, if you were to do all of those things and you haven't added nurses, athletics, fine arts,
Okay.
it's $6.9 million. So if you subtract the 1.5, so either you have to not gut it, well, you're gonna have to increase the deduction from the operational side, and then we would present to you what that actually
But
means.
this is what I'm saying. Some of those costs are being paid with other funds.
Not in these, what cost? This is,
None of the.
none of the operation, no.
None of those are paid with the other funds?
No, this is separate. That's why we kept it separate.
Correct.
Yes.
52 million, none of those dollars are paid with any other federal funds or?
No.
or None?
This is just general fund and LOB.
No, I'm not asking that.
Yeah.
I'll ask again. None of these 52 millions are paid with any other funds?
No.
We get?
No.
Okay.
What we could provide to you is a breakdown in the same way of, here are title dollars, here are the salaries and benefits paid out of titles, and here is the stuff that's paid out of title, but it's not mixed with these monies because it has to be separate.
Okay, and that's what I'm saying. with that, then further assurance, we're not, for Ms. Clark and others, we're not threatening people's positions. This is, and that's good. And that's, if that's what you're saying, fine. Good. I mean, we haven't had that conversation. Let's even go back to slide 9. Tonight, we know about what Panorama is. Help me understand what you just said, the $2 million for curriculum, it's not additions nor add-ons.
So we have a curriculum cycle. We'll send that to you this Friday. You bought CKLA for elementary.
Remember that one?
We brought science to you last year, science op-ed. So this year, I don't know if it's on this agenda, we're continuing 1 year with the big ideas, but we do need to buy iReady Math for elementary. The current instructional resource budget is about $1.2 million because prior to going to district core curriculum, prior to 2020, 2021, a lot of things were done independently by schools, and based off the feedback that was coming from KISA and the ARC, like, you gotta have a core curriculum. We didn't have a budget that supported a regular curriculum cycle with core curriculum. So in order to maintain what we started with ESSER, we gotta put that money in there, and it just cycles from grade level to content area to whatever. And in reality, we were looking at this piecemealing it. This would put them at about 3.2 million a year. They probably need to be more like 3.5 to 4 million for a district our size. So next year, we probably would have come back and say we need to add $500,000 more to the instructional resources, because you have to think about all the courses we offer, we have elementary, middle, and high school. In the elementary, you have science, math, social studies, and we also are starting like Project Lead the Way and those things that are required by the state now, like in the middle school level, and then you have to think about all of the courses that we offer at high school. So we have to have a budget to support those rotations.
So what you have just done, I think it answers what was asked of you for slide number 9. Am I incorrect?
Yes.
Okay.
I guess.
So you just verbally did instead of in writing. Thank you.
So, while we're talking about curriculum, so ESSER continuation. So tonight we heard about the different, I heard a lot of, at every level I heard IXL continue to come up. In that $2 million, is IXL part of that supplementation, or are we only talking about the foundational curriculum?
We are talking about the foundational curriculum. Currently, the state pays for IXL, is that correct?
At the high school level?
Yeah.
Only at the high school level?
Flores will come talk about IXL and.
And for the sake of time, like, maybe my ask is, how are we continuing to keep those if those were identified as building need assessment district-wide? Because at every level they brought it up. If you wouldn't mind in the end of the week, if that's allowable, to share what the next steps for that are, I guess.
Sure, yeah, we can have that discussion.
Okay.
We do have a curriculum similar to IXL that supports that kind of learning. Is called Boost at the elementary level. So there is a resource there for ELA at this time.
But that's not what I heard that they wanted at any of the 3 levels. So I guess I'm trying to understand. We tried something, we decided to implement it with ESSER. We're hearing from folks that that was the most successful thing and the most needed thing, both at all 3 levels tonight, IXL reading, but also, IXL math and the addition of ELA. But I hear you saying you're going to point them in a different direction of this other thing, Boost.
I'm just informing that we have a resource for that particular need, and it's called Boost, and it's a part of CKLA. Sometimes curriculum comes with a supporting supplementary electronic materials. CKLA comes with the support of Boost. So we already have a resource,
CKLA is available at what level?
K-5.
Okay.
But for clarity, because I want to make sure I heard you correctly, we will have what they asked for, and you're saying in addition, you'll have Boost. We just want to make sure if they're saying this is what works, and let's try to keep it.
We've not been using IXL reading, ELA, at the elementary level. That has not been something that we've offered or looked into. What I am saying is that when we purchased CKLA, we purchased with it that supplement called Boost. So that is available at K-5. That's all I'm.
Okay, but I'm not trying to debate you.
Talking to the mic.
I'm just saying, they stood up here and said this, and you're saying something a little different. I want to be on one accord. I want to understand it. If they're saying this is what we need that works, we'd like to keep it.
So
That's what they all set up and
they said we have IXL math, we like IXL math, we would like IXL reading. They actually do
As an
not.
intervention?
Yes, they said they would like it. This is like them sharing that down they need to, they have the math, so I'm just separating math from ELA.
Okay, but she said something a little different.
She did, and
wanna
that's
make
why
sure.
I was just saying, they have, IXL math is paid for by the state for all levels, or what currently, correct?
IXL math is provided to all, yes.
I thought we heard it was just high school.
No.
K through 12?
IXL math is for all students.
Okay.
High schools have been purchasing IXL ELA
And that will
themselves.
still be an option?
They're purchasing it, and they can use their funds in that fashion, yes.
You know, you say Boost is available. Are they using Boost?
Are they getting professional development around Boost?
I can look into the data on how they're using Boost and supply that for Friday.
Thank you. Okay, then my question is, if they're using Boost, why are they requesting IXL ELA when they haven't been using, or have they been using IXL ELA?
So I think for clarity, IXL ELA has been used at the secondary level.
Right.
Because Boost is being provided at the primary level.
Right.
So the request is for really kind of coming from the secondary level because they don't have that resource that the primary level currently has. And since IXL math has been successful at the secondary level, the request as another intervention component would be to bring on the IXL ELA.
So the K-5
Has
have not
Boost.
been using IXL ELA.
They did not purchase.
Okay, so they have been using. Now,
Yes.
did they ask for it?
They said they had been using it, and
Elementary?
that was the thing that was
Yeah,
in
that's what I thought.
number 6, the resources. She said they've been utilizing IXL math, but they wish they had ELA. And that is one of the primary focus areas for where they've seen the most growth. That's what I thought I heard her say.
Yes,
They-
IXL math.
Yeah, they said they would like
Like to have
IXL
it.
reading. They actually haven't used it because they said IXL read. What I'm saying to you, you heard
What I
right.
didn't hear was Boost, that's where I'm trying to figure out.
But you didn't hear Boost or CKLA because that's the core curriculum. So they're not advocating for what they already have. Like you didn't hear, I need like a first grade teacher for 21 kids. The building needs assessment, what they were asking for and advocating were those things that they don't have or that is not a guarantee. So CKL and Boost is core. It's what they have. We can give you the data around it and what that looks like. And they were saying, and in addition to the core, we would like IXL math to continue, like if the state doesn't pay for it, and it would be great to have IXL reading.
I hear what you're saying, but I think if we're saying that Boost is the comparative to IXL whatever, Then why are they asking for something if they already have it?
And that I don't know. That's what I'm saying. I don't have the answer.
I think
to
that's
that.
where my confusion is. I
And
understand what you're saying.
I think we
yes.
can follow up with
by
them.
the end of the week,
Yeah.
Ms. Russell.
Can I ask another question to follow up on with that? I just want to make sure I'm following as well. Are we saying that IXL is in all of the schools, or are we saying that it's up to the principal and how they want to use their budget? I think I heard both.
IXL Math
Okay.
is currently in all of our schools, and
Okay.
it has been provided, being funded by our state.
Okay. If the state, so the $2 million that we're budgeting, we don't know if the state will continue. We do not know if the state will continue to provide IXL, period?
They are
They
for
have
next
not-
year.
Yeah, they have not
They are
stated
for
that
next
they
year.
are
They-
not.
Yeah. I'm seeing nods that it will be available next year.
Yes.
So we don't have to worry about consistency there because we can say for secondary and high school that it will be there
For
because
the
it's being
24-25
24,
school year.
25. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, thank you.
But I just want to be clear, that's not the 2 million. The 2 million is the core resource.
Yes, and that's what
If and when the state doesn't, and if we wanted to provide it to everyone, we would then have to, so we'll get the cost and we can have that in our back pocket for the future. But IXL Math is currently provided by the state. It'll be provided for another year, but we know that's a resource that they utilize and feel like it's beneficial. So we can get the, that's when we can start projecting out, because the state will typically give you some notice if they're not going to do it, and so then we would need to build a budget around it.
I appreciate it. I think where my mind was going, so I heard you say not in the 2 million, and I just wanted to make sure it wasn't up to the schools to then budget it in. So leaving that flexibility and not having consistency in our schools based on how they wanted to spend their budget. So
So it's not an issue for next year.
and
We'll
that's
get the
what I hear.
cost and we can talk about it early, if and when the state says we're no longer funding this. They typically give you some leeway, yeah.
And last question on this from me, and then we can move on. But previously, before the state paid, IXL mini schools who had title dollars also used it to purchase IXL. Is that not an option for ELA if that's a request? To utilize, is that an allowable?
If the building has it within their budget, we are not restricting them from utilizing IXL ELA. I think that's what, and currently this year, I think there is a small pocket that has utilized it, but we wouldn't restrict it.
Are we seeing, because I heard the outcomes piece, are we seeing for those buildings who have both IXL Math and IXL ELA, and this is a question, you can tell me the data later if you don't have it, are we seeing a difference in outcomes based on the utilization of both of those platforms in a specific cohort of individuals?
So system-wide, because it's IXL Math is utilized and provided by our state, that's what we track system-wise. What we're trying to do, have been trying to do, is level the resources and systemize them so that we can track and pull the data. So I don't.
As it relates to specific programs that are being utilized in specific buildings. So if I'm Grant Elementary and I'm just arbitrary, if I have IXL and IXL ELA and I'm seeing growth in my students' outcomes, we currently don't have the ability to track that compared to schools that only are utilizing one?
Yes, we do have the ability, but it's not system-wide, is what I'm saying, because it's been specific by school that I chose to purchase this for my school.
Yeah, so I think what Rachel is asking, when we give the academic report and we do the building profiles or whatever we're doing, we can say, these schools have IXL Math, and you can just look at it side by side and see if their performance is great or not.
I think it's specifically around IXL.
Well, I think it's more around curriculum.
Yeah.
I think it's both. I think it's the curriculum intervention piece, the additional pieces, but also, I guess, yes, I could also make the argument that we would do IXL across the board for everyone if there is evidence that shows having both of them is the key to getting our kids to more proficient. But I also think it would be great to know this school has this resource and we're kind of tracking it. Yeah, okay, thank you.
But yes, we can provide that data.
So how long have we been using IXL?
So as a system, just this year, this is the first year of
Just
the
this
state.
year.
Some schools and pockets did it before, but system-wide, it's just been this year because the state has provided it. I will note that IXL is one of the things that is on the approved at-risk list. So when we are looking at the data and as we are, making sure our at-risk funds are aligned and that kind of thing, that is in place where you could pay for IXL. It is on the new approved list to pay for. So as we look at the data and look at the costs and making those alignments in there, that is something we can consider for the next year. It's not extra money. It means we're not doing something else that we're allocating at-risk dollars for. I just want to be clear about that.
But also 85%, what is the number? Most of our at-risk dollars right now are tied to people, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Services, they're not tied to people. Services. I have a question. When you have the LOB on, what's this, any of those, 10, I guess 11 or 12, are the numbers you're using, figures you're using, dollars you're using to add, are they inclusive of the SPED and the at-risk required dollars? You understand my question?
Yeah, not SPED. It's not inclusive of SPED dollars.
There's a portion of LOB
Right.
that we capture from our SPED, I guess, required dollars. I don't know how you explain it, as well as our at-risk. Let me flip it. There's a portion of LOB that we can capture based on SPED and at-risk. Are these figures including those dollars or excluding those dollars?
It is the LOB. So anything that is in LOB is what? I mean, are you
So you
talking
don't
about how it's?
understand my question?
I guess not. Are you saying how it's generated within LOB?
Yeah, I mean, part of our LOB capture, our 33%, includes SPED and at-risk. Are your figures including those dollars or excluding those dollars?
Including those dollars.
Okay. Okay. Did you understand my question, Dr. Stubblefield?
I do. I'm just processing different information. So I just want clarity on the only thing that's not included in here. Is it title or SPED federal dollars? It's federal dollars, SPED and title, correct?
Right, and grants.
Okay.
Those only two other things?
Grants.
So that's 200 million?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
SPED federal dollars, title dollars, and grants. There are some people's salaries that are paid for out of grants.
Right.
You're putting the match in there. You're putting like the match for those things in there.
We can't hear your question.
Sorry. I asked, are we putting the match for those things?
If the match comes out of general funds, LOB, or at risk, it's in there.
It's in this.
If, for grants, yes.
Yes.
Board, I think one of the things that was requested of us as we continue the conversation is to give some guidance, because I think there's some timing issues in terms of how we move forward, how this impacts department budgets, how this impacts how leadership will move forward in putting together the budget for us, and there are some deadlines in terms that they have to meet. So I think tonight, they're looking for some guidance around if there's a particular scenario that's listed or not that we want them to continue to move forward in. These were the two that at the last board meeting, we asked the staff to come back with additional information. I think that was shared tonight in some form. I know there were probably more questions and information that we'd like to have, but I think if I understand correctly, it would be helpful for our leadership team for us to give them some guidance on a direction, if there is a direction the board would like them to continue in this budgeting process. Yes, Ms. Russell.
Respectfully, I would ask that we hold off until the next meeting. We did not get this information within 24 hours for all of us, and I'm specifically talking to myself to review. And so I wouldn't feel comfortable today making a decision. However, if it is the will of the board to make a decision, however, it is my understanding we've received this information midday today, and I don't think that's sufficient.
No, I don't disagree. It takes.
My question, I'm happy to get on another special meeting if it can't be until our next meeting, and I guess I should have said that. I just will, if we make a decision tonight, I will be voting no, because I, at this time, can't support that, so.
And I just want to be clear, whether you vote or not vote, we will continue with the department meetings and those kind of things because there are timing things. So my assumption, like there are only two options, right? So either you're going to be looking at, I mean, you can do whatever you want, but based off of this, there are two options. So minimally, we would start to work with departments around if we're trying to get to 6.9 million, what would that look like? So the next time we come together, we can actually have factual information for you to say like, in this department, their operation side is only $15,000. You can't cut anything from there. So either they won't be touched or it is involving a person. We won't necessarily like talk about that like to send concern through the airwaves, but at least you will know that, so that those scenarios, because when you look at the attachment, which I know you haven't had time to do that because it did take staff time to put it together, when you look at on the scenarios, it shows you the amount in those various departments and schools that are non-staff, so salaries and benefits were backed out, and then the salaries and benefits for each one of those are there. So some departments have a larger operational side and some have a very small operational size. So what, if you are not touching staff, what that looks like for each department will vary. So it may not be a straight 3% for some departments, but we do need to start thinking about scenarios so that you're not talking in hypotheticals. The other thing, Dr. Nguyen, you requested the department budgets be in a space where you can see them. They're all on the, like in the library, it is a link that was put there last year that says department budgets 23, 24, and we also added it to the last finance committee meeting. We can have Ms. Smith roll them over and attach them under here. Yeah, so she can, so she can put them on there so that it's there for whomever wants to look at them. So Ms. Smith, if you can roll them all over and attach it to there, it'll all be in one space, but they are in the library.
But you also need to inform us that if any given department, if they're collapsing a position, and that would then shoot X amount to the scenario 3 or scenario 1 final column, and or if, and you know me, and transportation probably getting ready to slash my tires, but that, if we were to, how many vehicles, not the buses and all that, but if 2 vehicles are 7 years old and ready to be phased out, what is that? I mean, we have a lot of data, but we don't have a lot of data to say that we agree. It's kind of like show your math. That's bottom.
Yeah, and I know you don't have the data. We didn't, between when we met last week and today, you, just with the day-to-day of your job, we didn't, and we said we wouldn't have that today. So between now and then April 9th, we will be able to, as much as possible, have that sort of information around that. And
I mean, this is the season.
Yes.
So, Mr. Lopez, you know, it's not so much we are kicking the can down the road or whatever things have been said in the past, but the fact is, we still need to go through those needs assessments. And if, you know, how they fit with the operations of the schools. So, thank you.
And then I was just gonna say on slide 10, those spaces that are vacant, where are the numbers gonna come? When will we see? I'm not asking tonight. That only further says we don't need to vote tonight. We need more information.
yeah, so athletics and fine arts, we have reached out to both Mr. Simmons and Ms. Burns, and they are evaluating and gathering information. The nursing component, depending on how you are looking at it, I know it's an opener at the table, and there is some information that will be, but that is dependent on what comes, depending on how, are you looking at like just increasing the budget, or are you looking at changing the salary? The salary component goes to the negotiations table. So it just depends on how you are looking at the budget, or how.
Okay. Well, I know there's a meeting coming up, and I don't know if they would estimate or guess, or they want to wait till they have the meeting to have all that. So I'm just saying, this is what was added. We got.
If who wants to estimate, I'm just getting clarity.
No, you said they're going to be working on numbers, whoever's.
Well, I'm saying at the table, because they may, we don't know
Yeah.
what their proposal is.
Okay, well, I didn't know if they
We
would
don't know.
estimate and throw a number on there. I know nothing's exact,
Yeah,
but to have an idea of what to expect.
yeah. Well, I'm just like, if you're just saying we're going to increase the nursing budget, and that's what we're going to increase it to, that's very different than.
No, I'm not saying that. I'd like to see us negotiate.
Right, and so until
We can
negotiations.
clean this
is
up,
set-
and it's no longer a problem. This shouldn't have to be a current thing that we have to debate.
Correct.
Argue.
And I,
Fix it, and let's get on the right.
no, I think we're saying the same thing. I'm just saying, until you go to the table, we can't put a number there. Like, that's just like, every year, except for this year, where it was like staff salary, it was blank, because then you are basically saying, here's what we're committing to, never mind what your proposal.
Okay.
It is not doing it in the spirit of negotiations. So that's all I'm saying. You won't have a number
No, I
until then.
got you.
Yeah.
So we're missing pieces, so it's kind of hard to go forward on some stuff until we get all the pieces.
Ms. Russell and then Ms. Clark.
I had a couple of requests. One, can we get an updated 3-year March 15th department history? That's in that same general library. It's the last document. And then I had a question, and I promise I'm not picking on the Welcome Center, but the 2023-2024 budget that we're talking about, we're basing it off of, says 396 as the number. But then when I go to the budget, to the 2024-2025, or 2023, I don't know why that title is different. 2023, the slide, the scenario slides, the budget number for last year's approved budget is 598. So
So if you go to the second sheet, like, where it says Welcome Center, $118,000 of that is like operational. We didn't know the cost of operations to do things, and so after being there a year, we were able to see that, so.
moved it from somewhere else.
And my understanding is that this is the first year that the Welcome Center is actually fully funded at that level. Previous years, it hadn't been funded and they hadn't been fully staffed, so that's why to continue on, it's at that amount. My understanding is to continue on in the next year, that's what the actual cost is if it's fully funded, whereas in previous years.
So you telling
it
me when
wasn't.
I see the March 15th, it's gonna be less than 396?
No, so if you, it's gonna be more, it's gonna be if you go to the sheet where the attachment, not the presentation, sorry about that, I dropped my pen. It'll give you the breakdown between salaries and operational.
The sheet.
It's the second attachment. Yes, that sheet. And it gives you the breakdown of salaries versus operational. And from that, based off of them existing now for a year and a half, they were funded out of ESSER. So it wasn't moved from somewhere else. It was like, here's what it cost this first year to get us up and running. But as we have moved forward, here is what the cost has been when we calculated it. And then that shows you the salary versus the operational cost. When we first started, and I'll just give you an example, there was not an administrative assistant that was specifically for the Welcome Center. She got hired a little bit after, so then that salary was added in there, if that makes sense. And I'm not saying that is the explanation, but there were people and things added as it moved forward over the last year and a half, and this is what the total cost is right now to run it.
Okay. All the numbers don't number for me, and so I'm struggling to follow a little bit. But I think this goes back to I can look at this, get an idea, and I can email you.
Yeah, and we can give an updated one, because what was there last year was 3 years up until that point. So when you add this year, that other year fall off, and it may make more sense.
Okay, okay.
So the question.
That was just an
so-
example.
So to my understanding, maybe you all explained that to me before for clarity, we cannot channel or shift any money to another entity or where we feel it needs to go. Is that the law? I mean.
No, you can, within the confound of what has been laid out here. We are primarily talking about general funds, which is LOB, the things that were outlined, general fund and LOB, and at risk.
Okay, as long as it stays in parameters of what we have in our budget.
Right. What is not included in this, because it is different, and it's depending on how we do the general fund, it's federal title dollars, and then special ed is special ed and has its specific guidelines. So we can't be like, well, we're going to take these federal dollars and pay for the Welcome Center. We can't do that.
Right.
We can't say we're going to take title dollars and give everybody a faces, because that's the
So
plan.
in other words,
So
it's
that
the
money
type
is-
dollars that you're shifting.
Yeah,
That's permissible.
Yeah, it's the 2 million on that slide is that amount. And we backed out salaries and showed you what the operational budget was. To Dr. Nguyen's point, if we were to say, we're not going to, we're gonna reduce it, so they're not gonna be able to, once these vehicles die, they're dead, and we won't have them. And so that money that was used for the maintenance, because the vehicles are probably paid for, on that will now be shifted, or however they were planning to maintain it, and that would go away.
Okay.
If you were just looking at the operational side.
We go into a general fund pot.
What'd you say, Dr. Nguyen?
Not necessarily the general fund, one of the other department. I mean, it's already in the general fund pot. It would just be channeled to a different area.
Right.
Okay, it's already there. We can channel it to a different area.
Yes.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So I'm in compliance with other two have said. With us, we need to gather the more pieces to be careful and not to be expedient, to make sure that we channel it where the greatest needs are. I think we've heard this tonight, last week, whatever. It's some great needs there that we need to make sure that those take priority. That's where I'm at. Since we can channel the general funds to where the greater need can be.
Where are the other dollars from the other weights Are they in general fund amount?
Ms. Kaiser?
Yes, all the base and all the weightings are in general
General
fund.
fund,
Mhm.
okay. Okay. So, okay, because the bilingual money is dedicated to what? What department?
To bilingual.
Bilingual.
I think it's multi.
Is
Multilingual,
We
yeah.
call it multilingual now?
We call it multilingual,
Okay.
yes.
Yeah, so to explain that, it comes into general fund, but then we transfer to
Right.
bilingual what?
Right, that's what I was saying, it's all general fund pot,
Right, yeah.
right? Got you. Although, yeah.
I like that term, the general fund pot. That works.
Okay.
Easy to understand. Simplified.
It's challenging, for sure.
Yeah.
So I think, Ms. Clark, you had a question, I'm sorry.
I think you're headed in the same direction, figuring out.
Yeah, so I think what I'm hearing is, so Dr. Stubblefield, it sounds like based on the feedback tonight, there's some information that several board members that the board is asking for, just for clarity, so that we can have, as we make any decisions, continue to make the best informed decisions that we can. So if you could get with your team, do you have enough guidance, I think, based on the conversation, information based on really looking at that, operating from at that lowest of continuing on with what's on slide 11, moving there, continuing to gather data on some of the budgets, the department budgets, the information that's been requested, so that we can bring that back either at the next board meeting or if we need to call a special board meeting to gather that information. I just want to make sure that you have
Yeah.
sufficient
So
information.
my understanding is what is being requested is an updated 3-year budget, so we can provide that. And for all of the department budgets from last year to be rolled over so people can look at them in one space on the board docs. And what we will do internally is to continue to have our department conversations and building conversations, but also start to look at scenarios and what that will look like and the impact to get to that number. And if that is different, just tell me now.
And Mr. Lopez, the board needs to look at our own budget.
Yes, we need to look at all the budgets, correct?
No, we need to look at our own budget.
Absolutely.
For us to make decisions about how we're gonna direct the administration for our budget.
Correct.
I thought you said all departments or something.
We need to look at the totality of the budgets, including the board, yes. We're saying the same thing, Dr.
We're
Van.
responsible for our budget, so we need to
Absolutely,
start crunching our own
and so we're
numbers.
saying the same thing, yes.
Okay, I was just saying that.
So I just want to make sure Mr. Lilly and Ms. Kaiser and Mr. Isnard are we on the same page? Like the 3-year, the other one is Ms. Smith just rolling over, and the other one is, as we look at this, what are best case scenarios that are the least disruptive if we were getting to these numbers?
That's why we back the salaries out, so we wouldn't have that angst.
So we are backing the salaries out, but there may be some departments who collapse position or have
Yeah,
open positions.
you only know
Yeah,
that.
yeah. So, but I don't want that because, so I'm just only clarifying it, not for you, but because we saw how faces was misunderstood based off of whatever the conversation. Like, my understanding is somebody heard something that was being discussed here, and that was an interpretation that was said to one person, and then it kind of spread like wildflower. But that's what was said to me, but it might be different.
No, they received a text from some department here. So we need to make sure.
So I will
Nothing has been made clear about the budget.
Yeah.
They shouldn't be sending out, well, we're going to cut you That should have never happened.
Yeah, and I will, if
And I
they
didn't
can-
say you did it, but
No, I'm saying
somebody
if
on
we
this
know
staff
where the
did it.
came from, we'll figure it out. But for clarity, so there's not panic, there may be positions out there posted that people are interested in, and a department may say, hey, we're collapsing this, and that position may go away, and I don't, like, and then it may lead, like, people to gather to come and say, this position needs to stay because I wanted that, but it's not been filled. So I'm just making that clear around when we say, we're not necessarily talking about people, but there may be positions or restructuring in departments, and while I may be the superintendent, and I'm just gonna use myself, because I don't want anybody misinterpreting me, and you all may say, hey, you need to do these 2 jobs and restructure, and now I don't have that other position, so now that doesn't exist, and somebody may say, no, we need that position, but the person who was doing that position may be reassigned to something else that is needed. Those are real scenarios, and I don't want, like, when we're backing it out for people to say what they heard was, you can't touch or talk about that. Like, we have to look at scenarios that are least disruptive.
Yes, I hear what you are saying. I agree. I also think, I also hear us strongly encouraging if we don't have to go that direction. That is the chaos we would like to not see. So I think I'm not certain how to go in that 52 million, how to get that 1.5 million out of there.
It's not 1.5, it's 7 million out of the 52 million. We're negative 7 million, yeah.
Okay.
125, 7,125,000.
Okay.
That's why we need to have more conversations, for everybody to be on the same page and our brains using the same numbers.
Right.
Using the same numbers.
Okay. So it sounds like So we may, board, please be on the lookout. If we do need to call a special meeting to continue this conversation, I'll work with Dr. Stubblefield and staff to see where we're at, when we can gather this information, and when we will do this. So please, if you see an email or from Ms. Smith or a text message, please make sure that we are on the lookout for that. So.
And Mr. Lopez,
No, I'll channel you. Daytime.
Daytime, come on now.
I know she was gonna say that.
This is not the best time to talk about money.
No.
And everybody's ready to go home.
the evening.
I'd be lying if I said I wasn't, because I'm quite sure everybody in this room wants to go home.
Your mind
And
starts
we
to
got a
wind down.
job to do, but let's do it in the daytime. If at all possible. I know some people have to work. 4 o'clock sounds better than us sitting here now doing this.
We will do our best to do daytime
I
and
appreciate
earlier and accommodate everyone's requests. All right, so board, we're going to actually push the executive sessions just so that we can honor our staff and try to get to some other items. So if you don't mind, we're going to go to the consent agenda. Motion to approve tonight's consent agenda.
I would like to pull a couple of things.
Yes.
I would like to pull item, M.
So board, I apologize, Miss, and I'm sorry to interrupt you, Miss Russell. There are a couple of exec sessions that we do need to have before, that pertain to an item on the consent agenda. So we will need to go into at least one, and then I'll get clarity from Mr. Goheen, so I apologize. So I would actually entertain a motion to,
The personnel ones, is it just 2 now, Mr. Goheen, personnel?
okay. So entertain a motion to recess to executive session to discuss matters of non-elected personnel in order to protect the privacy interests of all parties involved under COMA, with potential action to follow for 5 minutes going in at 8:23, to include Mr. Goheen, Ms. Samry Devon, Mr. Steve Lilly, and Dr. Judith Campbell.
So moved.
And anybody else? No. Moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Ms. Smith, roll call, please.
Yolanda Clark,
Wanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes.
Robert Mylan Jr.,
Robert Mylan Jr., yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Thank you.
Yolanda Clark.
Yes.
Maxine Drew.
Drew, yes.
Randy Lopez.
Lopez, yes.
Robert Mylan Jr.
I'm a junior, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page.
Yes.
Rachel Russell.
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Thank you. I have a motion to recess to executive session to discuss matters of non-elected personnel in order to protect privacy and interests of parties involved under coma with potential action to follow for 5 minutes.
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Clark, seconded by Ms. Russell. Ms. Smith, roll call, please.
Yolanda Clark.
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew.
Maxine Drew, yes.
Randy Lopez.
Andy Lopez, yes.
Robert Mylan Jr.
I'm a junior, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page. Rachel Russell.
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Thank you, Leslie.
Thank you.
discussion, please?
So moved.
Second.
Ms. Smith.
Hold on just a second. Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Randy Lopez.
Randy, yes.
Robert Mylan Jr.,
Robert Myler Jr., yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve the hearing officer's report?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Ms. Smith, roll call.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Randy Lopez.
Randy, yes.
Robert Mylan Jr.,
Robert Myler Jr., yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we're going to continue with our agenda for those keeping track. We are on agenda item number 6, the consent agenda, and I believe I heard items B and M to be pulled from consent. Were there any other items?
Yes, I, K, and O.
I, K, and O. So any other items? Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda minus items B, I, K, M, and O?
So moved.
Second.
And seconded. Questions or discussion? Ms. Smith, roll call.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes.
Wanda Brownlee, Robert Mylan Jr.,
Myler Jr., yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, item B.
Yes, so I asked for this item to be pulled, and I had asked a question beforehand, and I think it would be worth kind of just exploring publicly. If we could just get a quick update on what the process for interim appointments to principals is, as well as the process for which, when there are vacancies within the district, at this point, I guess like mid-end of the year, how the next principal is vetted in that process.
So Dr. Southern is going to come forward.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
All right, so basically, when we chose the interim principals, that would have been in the middle of the school year. So the school year had already begun. And so based on that, there was an interview process to pick how those would be accepted, with knowing if they accept this position, they would have to apply again for the next school year. The next school year being, let's say for last year, this year, January 24. So once the open position came up, which it actually opened up in December, there were applications. And so if you had not been screened before, all applicants were screened, and then they went through the full interview process.
Thank you. And for currently, I have on my list, for those that are not approved, we have Arrowhead, Central, Schlegel, and Washington will have a vacancy at the end of the year. Those positions are currently posted and open to internal employees to apply?
Correct.
Okay.
And that's secondary, but yes, those positions are open.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Any other questions on item B? Being none, questions on item I?
I would move that we, or are we doing it all together? I'm sorry.
We could probably do it all together. Is that right, Mr. Goheen? Yes. Okay.
Sorry.
Sorry, Mr. Goheen. Dr. Nguyen, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, we see the 148,650, and what is underlying a rationale for renewing this contract. Do we have any data? It says data will be able to be used as a measure of growth. Do we have any assessment? Do we have any conclusions? Do we have any statements of how successful this was this year? I mean, your baseline was without it.
Right.
So now you have it.
Yeah, I think you heard Principal Chapman talk about it earlier today. We do have the SEL data that we can include in the end of the week report for the fall and winter comparison. And then there's one more administration for SEL surveys in May.
So I guess this is a question, just a procedural question. So why would not that data been included as a rationale for this extension of contract? Dr. Stubblefield.
I'm not sure. We will include it in the future.
No, I mean, I'm just
Well, we just didn't include it. It probably was just an oversight. So we'll include it in the end of the week, and we'll include it in the future.
Okay, thank you.
There's no questions for item I?
You want to go to the next one?
Yes, ma'am. We'll go to item
Okay.
K.
Thank you, Dr. Wilson.
So
Thank you, Dr. Wilson.
the big ideas, and I guess that I have that generic question again. Is it working? And how do we know it's working or not?
The curriculum provides content for teachers to be able to impart their instruction. It ensures that standards are present in examples and problems. And so it provides a foundation for our teachers to then create the lessons and provide the instruction. So from that perspective, it is working. It contains the standards and it provides teachers resources to be able to create lesson plans on a day-to-day basis, as well as resource to create assessments for them to inform how students are learning their standards to be able to decide what the next lesson should be. From that sense, yes, it is working.
And what evidence do you have? What documented evidence do you have?
That teachers are teaching the curriculum? Is that the question? Or is
Well, no,
it?
it's how you know it's working.
Oh,
I mean,
so-
so you tell me I have a program here or something that I can make lesson plans from, and it's a resource for the teacher. Now, the delivery, so close the loop, either, whatever.
I can close it. It is the core curriculum. The information that you see are the progress on our benchmark assessments and the CAP assessment. This is the core curriculum for that grade level. So those improvements that you see in that area, when we have highlighted those, is the data. And you saw those in the academic report throughout the year. So this has been the curriculum that has been used for math, 6 through.
You have direct correlation data?
It's the core curriculum. So I would say it's directly correlated because that's what they are being taught.
And you mentioned that they're teaching. Somebody goes and observe to see if they're doing it?
The instructional coaches and building principals, the Diploma Plus and that team also do curriculum walkthroughs as well. So there are several people who are walkthrough and observing it, and they have coaching cycles for different components and content areas. So yes, there are people observing and coaching.
And there's a form or something that they check off?
Yeah, we
and
have
look to
DigiCoach and they have all of that data in there. Yes.
Okay, because a lot of times we're buying stuff and we don't always get the data to back up. Sometimes we don't always get the data.
No, I hear
to
you.
show that, is this working? And why do we continue to put money into something and scores okay, but we just got to be able to back it up. And from what they discussed in Topeka this past day, they're going to ask for all of that.
Yep.
And we got to make
This is the core
sure.
curriculum, and it's looking at a one-year renewal. Math is up for renewal this year, next year.
Next year, at
Next
the end
year.
of the school year, we'll have a decision.
Yes, so they will pilot it, look at it, but this has been the core curriculum currently.
Okay.
Just a quick request. Can we have the core curriculum EC through 12, like the map guide added to the library? Lots of conversations today around what is core curriculum and what are interventions. And I think if we all just have the document that shows this is the EC through 5 curriculum, this is,
So we did include it in the end of the week a few weeks ago, but we can ask, we'll get it to Ms. Smith and have her to add it to the library so you don't have to go through the end of the weeks. But we will get that so that you can, and I'll get with you, Leslie, or Dr. Campbell, one of us will.
Ms. Drew?
And I want to make sure I understand everything clearly. To my understanding, when we met as the academic committee and Dr. Campbell presented information, my question is, was information relating to this involved in that? Yes. And so it was a part of the information that you presented to the board as a whole? Okay, thank you.
no, was it in the academic committee or it was at a board meeting?
She presented it at a board meeting,
Presented what?
a PowerPoint presentation
About the core curriculum?
about successes in various areas academically within the schools, from the elementary, middle, and high school, and then looked at behavior as well.
As it relates directly to curriculum or in our general quarter update?
I assume it was general information as far as teaching is concerned within the schools in certain areas.
So, but my
Part of the
question
quarterly.
was, do you have, is big ideas making an impact? Can you show, can you document that this big ideas is increasing student performance in this discipline? That's my question.
Okay, and so if you want,
No, it was not.
no, I'm saying if you want specific information, then they can give that, but I did not assume that that was the question you were asking.
Well, you,
Okay.
Additional questions on item K? Seeing none. Item M.
So item M, I am asking that the board hold off on this. I think there needs to be continual conversation around this. I'm not 100% sure where this idea around purchasing iPads came from. I understand the cost of MacBooks are important, but in the actual implementation, as I say oftentimes, I have concern, I have pause, and I would like for us to both connect with either eighth graders currently or staff. I think this is one of those decisions that I feel like we are piloting something, and it is piloting with a lot of money for a 4-year commitment. And while we could reutilize those devices at the younger levels, I'm just not sure that I am 100% sold on the idea and concept of an iPad at a high school level.
So I just want to clarify, if you're not buying iPads, you're buying MacBooks, and it's a bigger number. So either way.
But I'm also talking about the functionality of utilizing an iPad. And so I think, yes, two things can be true. Yes, it will cost me more, but the functionality of a MacBook and whether or not a student is more comfortable doing high school level work on a MacBook compared to an iPad, those are a conversation for me who is not in school today. Is that something our students want to navigate? If our students, I'm on board with technology 1-to-1. We've had this commitment for this long. I don't know that I feel comfortable making the decision today without any input from any of the stakeholders saying that we're going to pilot this at 3 buildings, not 1, 3, for not only ninth graders who are going into their first year of high school, but also you get an iPad, which they've been on iPads, but high school is a lot different than middle school.
So we did share information about this in the end of the week and said this is what we were doing because financially it makes sense. And then we have visited with school districts who have implemented it 9 through 12, and they've been doing it for years. So that's why we were going to do a pilot. If you're going to push pause, you will need to make an amendment, and we need to adjust the amount for the MacBooks. Otherwise, those students will not have devices at the start of the year because of the turnaround time to order and get the devices. We did provide, and I'm not saying that.
Who is we made a decision? Like that is the component that I am talking about is the
department, technology and curriculum instruction, it was a joint decision and a recommendation. We did not survey students because we were going to do that within the pilot because those students they've been using an iPad, so it would just be going with them. I understand what you're saying.
I'm disagreeing. If I will say what I said earlier, if it is the will of the board to move forward with the administration's recommendation, I am just saying Rachel, as one person, does not agree with this decision for what I've outlined. Thank you.
Okay.
Additional questions, Ms. Clark?
And I do have one question around this one. There was a question that actually came my way, and I didn't realize it until tonight. It was around how this will work in the classrooms, because I guess there are certain subjects, don't quote me on that part, that need actual desktops versus iPads, and there was concerns around the learning curve it would take or the impact it would have in the classroom. I don't know what conversations have taken place there in this decision or what will still be available in the classroom to keep that from being a bottleneck.
Yeah, so we have walked those spaces and we've talked to those teachers that will require that. Currently, those classrooms are using MacBooks and laptops for it. And so we would keep those devices as classroom-based devices, but students would still have access to their laptops in those classrooms. They would be issued the iPad, but for those specific classes, they would continue to use the laptops.
So when you say, and I apologize, you walk these spaces and you talk to teachers, who did you talk to?
It was with the Diploma Plus team, and it was with operations team.
So not the
Doug was there.
actual people
And then-
teaching in the class?
Yes. So I'm telling you who went to go walk those spaces and look at those classrooms. They talked to the teachers within those classrooms, and it was asked, what are you currently doing? Because we looked at rearranging those classrooms and what it would cost to put desktops in there. And we asked, what are you currently doing? They informed us that students were using their laptops for that purpose, and they were doing all that work there. So we can just take those laptops and make them classroom-based. So when students enter that classroom, they will be using the same device that they've always been using to do that work within that classroom.
So then we need 2 devices, is what you're saying. We're now in some of those classrooms going to also need not only the iPad that the students have, but in specific classes, if I heard you correctly,
Yes.
we're also going to need another device.
You will have a
So
classroom-based
the cost of an
laptop.
iPad and a Mac and a desktop or MacBook, whatever it is, it has to be compatible with Apple products. We then are paying 1.5 or 1.5 devices.
And it will still be more cost-efficient than purchasing the M1s and replacing them for all students, yes.
So I will say this, I'm able to support this. I do have an ask, and I can share information with you, because I do want our staff, if we're gonna do this, I want our staff to be comfortable with it, and this person specifically. So I can share that information with you and Dr. Stubblefield.
Yeah,
for
and
the
that's why it's
touchback.
a pilot.
Yep.
So what's the problem? The staff don't know how to use it?
There was just, and I didn't realize it literally until I was here in this board meeting. There was an individual that was concerned about just having the iPad versus having the desktop. And if I hear correctly, then both would be accessible to the students and to the staff. And I think there was some confusion around what would be accessible to our students in the classroom. So,
Those specific classes that require it.
exactly.
What are those specific classes? I mean, we're talking code here.
I'm talking what I know.
There are some classes, primarily within the CTE courses that are going to require special device, like programs that are on laptops are going to be able to run certain applications that an iPad wouldn't be able to run. Sometimes we need desktops in there. We need Windows devices to run like AutoCAD, right? So there are certain things that are unique to CTE courses that would require a laptop.
So classroom management now requires me, the instructor, to deal with all these devices and at the same time when students may be engaged, may not be engaged. They could be on their iPad. I'm asking them to be on their laptop. That's just the way of the world.
Yep, teachers would still have to manage the classroom.
Well, yeah.
Mhm.
Okay.
Are you aware that there's pallets of iPads in the NCO building?
Oh, that'd be news to me.
Okay, I bet.
You wouldn't answer
Okay.
that question.
What is the number of iPads this costs us, the number that this is gonna cost us? With this cost, the number you're gonna get?
1.7 million.
So we're gonna purchase 1,800 iPads, and that's.
Is it on here? Okay,
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
it is.
That's for the 3 high schools.
Yes, for just the freshman class.
I see
the
it
ninth
now.
graders.
Okay. I got it. Okay, thank you.
iPad and a MacBook.
Mr. Lopez?
Yes, Ms. Page, I'm sorry.
What's the lifespan? You know, some of this stuff, it goes for 2 or 3 years, and before you know it, we gotta switch up again and again. So what's the lifespan on this stuff?
Typically, it's 5 years before the operating system goes out of date. So Apple continues to produce new operating systems and updates, and they stop supporting the older versions because newer versions are coming out. So typically, it'll last us about 5 years before
Can you
Apple stops
trade
supporting
in?
it.
I don't know about all that.
We
Can
do
you
trade.
trade in some of this stuff?
We do
Yeah,
trade.
we do trade.
Okay.
Yeah.
What is the staff capacity? So when you talk to these teachers, what did they say was their capacity to both manage students who are on MacBooks but also iPads?
I'm not sure that they would be on both devices at the same time. They would be doing the work in the classroom on one single device.
But
That's where the
ninth
work
graders
be.
would have iPads
Oh,
and
right.
10th through 12th would have MacBooks.
So currently, Sumter is in this situation because we give 8th graders iPads, and their high school has MacBooks. So this situation is currently already taking place within the district, and we're able to,
Is it ideal?
I suppose not, and that's why we would like just one device at the high school level. And so this gives us an opportunity to test out if we can use iPads at that level.
Additional questions on item M?
Yeah, one more.
Yes, Ms. Page.
In regard to parents, are we providing some assistance for them if they want to help their kids? Because we have some people still screaming about books. We haven't been able to get them to understand it's a different format. So will they be given some sort of information that if they don't understand something and they want to help their kids, will something be provided so that they can help them?
So I will say at all of the schools, they have different curriculum nights and different events. One of the things that the Welcome Center has put out is the information about the parent university to ask parents what it is that they would need. But we can note that to see if that is something that is needed for parents to be able to know how to navigate and access the curriculum on whatever devices they may be using.
All right. No other questions on item M? Item O.
Thank you. I remember, I'm looking at the chart that has grants in progress and the electric school buses. I remember asking Mr. Martin about, and I guess it's your question, Mr. Lilly. I don't know if you were here when the first conversation occurred surrounding, I guess this 9 million, at that point it's 9 million, still 9 million grant. And we decided, the answer was that we decided not to buy electric school buses. What is this? This says grants in progress.
So, Mr., while he's coming, we did apply the first round and we did not receive it. We got feedback back. So I think they're looping back around because there's a new opportunity. We applied the first time, and we shared that information. We weren't selected with the first group.
Oh, I don't think that was the response. I think the response, and again, we had to check the tape, that we chose not to do it. Well, then here's the same question. What, if one would receive a $9.8 million grant, what is the cost to build out the infrastructure?
Well, and that's, I mean, as we've gone in through this process, we, like Dr. Stubblefield already said, we did not get selected in the first round. And looking at and kind of watching some of those districts that were successful in the first round, infrastructure has been significantly higher than I think a lot of them anticipated. So we're kind of, to be real honest with you, on hold right now to see if that's in our best interest to pursue. Right now, with the infrastructure costs that you just referred to, we're not for sure that it is.
And what is the cost for infrastructure of these districts that receive the grant?
I can't, I mean, everybody received so many different number of buses and that kind of stuff that it's hard to.
Well, what figure are you considering? I mean, I'm listening and hearing what you just said. Based on your own words, what are some of those costs?
For the infrastructure?
Yeah.
We're still not for sure on all the infrastructure stuff.
No, you're not, am I hearing you're not sure for ours? But those who received are telling you that they are high. What are those costs?
I can get that information for you.
Okay, for the board.
Okay.
Thanks.
Additional questions on item O?
What?
Are there additional questions on item O? Okay. So why don't we take items B, I, K, and O together? Is there a motion to approve items B, I, K, and O from the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion. Ms. Smith, roll call.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy, yes.
Robert Mylan Jr.,
Allen Jr., yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve item M?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there further discussion? Ms. Smith, roll call.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes.
Robert Mylan Jr.,
Robert Mylan Jr., yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, no.
Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, no.
Thank you.
Motion passes. Thank you. Board, we will move to item 7 on the agenda. These items have come before the board at least once and are back for potential action if it is the will of the board. First item is the approval of the Sunflower House Memorandum of Understanding. Is there a motion to approve the MOU?
So moved.
I will second. Any questions or discussion? Ms. Smith, roll call.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes.
Robert Mylan Jr.,
Robert Mylan Jr., yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Motion carries. Thank you. Next up, it's recommended the Kansas City, Kansas Board of Education approve the purchase of 3 X-ray devices from AutoClear in the amount of $45,747. Is there a motion to do so?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Further questions or discussion?
Yes, are all the other machines working? At all the other schools, they're working?
Good evening.
Good evening.
All of the machines that we have currently work. We have some machines that are in disrepair,
and we have to borrow machines from the shop and parts from the shop. So these are going to replace the machines that we've had to replace the most parts on, and then we'll keep the old machines for future parts.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. Additional questions? Seeing none, Ms. Smith, roll call.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy, yes.
Robert Mylan Jr.,
Robert Mylan Jr., yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a motion that the Kansas City, Kansas Board of Education accept the low bids from Barkley Asphalt in the amount of $51,175 and R&R Concrete in the amount of $56,997.66 for asphaltic repair projects in the summer of '24?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there additional discussion? None, Ms. Smith.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes.
Robert Mylan Jr.,
Robert Mylan Jr., yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. It is, next item, it's recommended the Kansas City, Kansas Board of Education accept the bids from Levcon 2, Artistic Flooring, Builder Steel, Daco Paint, Nexus Elevator, and GRE Electric for accessibility upgrades for Wyandotte High School in accordance with the requirements for policy DJED.
Can I clarify that the approval of this bid does not mean that the actual work begins in the front of the building of Wyandotte High School?
Mr. Clements coming to the front. So clarification, making sure that this does not mean that the work in front of the school is happening. Mr. Clements, good evening.
Good evening, everybody. You are correct, and I do apologize in your explanation in the board agenda. It did say that the project, which is true, will include improvements to parking, but that is not part of what you're voting on tonight. What you're voting on tonight is purely the interior work, the lifts, wheelchair platforms, that sort of thing.
Thank you.
Thank you. Great clarification. Ms. Page, yes.
Yeah, but in this, it said, an enhancement of parking facilities at the building's entrance. That's what we were given.
Yes, I know,
Was
and I
that
apologize
changed?
for that. Yeah, well, that, because we were pulled off and tabled at the Landmarks Commission, so that part should have been pulled off. That part was continued. So we're going to move forward with the interior work, but we're still working through coming up with an acceptable plan that will we'll be able to get our certificate of appropriateness from the Landmarks Commission to go forward. So this does not include the parking, the ramps to the front door, or any of the exterior work.
And I know you said these were things we had heard before. I heard about this from other Wyandotte graduates who were upset. They respect the American Disabilities Act. Yes, we need to make sure everything's accessible, people can get in and what have you. But what they were talking about doing to the front entrance, they really had some issues with. And I'm glad that's not included, and we need to make sure it is a historical landmark, that we protect that, as well as I understand we do have to provide for people access to get in and out. But this, besides hearing it from them, I don't remember seeing this at all before.
It was shared probably over a year ago. We were audited by the Office of Civil Rights. It was actually probably the middle of my first year or second year. And so that information has been coming since then. What we were required to do by the Office of Civil Rights just came forward, and typical, the process is before we will do whatever, you have to get clearance from the commissions and that. But this year it was included in the end of the week a couple of times, that this is what we were doing before we brought it before the board. We did bring it initially. So it was there. I just don't think that attention was raised to it because it wasn't an issue until it was an issue because of what it said around the Office of Civil Rights.
Were we given, did we see the schematic drawing that the UG received?
Well, what the UG received, because
Well,
we're
the
required to
landmarks.
submit the full
Right.
plans.
Did we see it?
We,
No.
there, I believe in one of the.
End of the week,
End of the
it was
weeks.
there.
I
We
did
actually saw the
include-
drawing.
Yes.
I don't remember seeing that.
Well, please tell us the date, because I'll just say myself, I'm missing a lot of information that's out in the community, and, you know, I have a copy of the drawing, but I sure didn't receive it from your end of the week report.
We'll verify.
Please, and I stand corrected.
Additional questions on this item?
Well, where are the parking spaces did you try to, that were tabled?
What are they? What were
Where?
they? Well,
Location.
where? They're right at the front, yeah, because my goal, and I acknowledge that, was to get that parking at the secure entry front door as close as we could. Now, per ADA accessibility guidelines, there is no maximum distance. So we can move it around. We have to be very cognizant of grade changes, elevations, slope. So that's what we're working through right now. We are working on alternative locations in a much smaller parking area.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Additional questions? Not, is there a motion to accept the bids?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Further discussion? Ms. Smith, roll call.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Randy Lopez.
Randy Lopez, yes.
Robert Mylan Jr.,
Robert Mylan Jr., yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Thank you.
You, next.
The email was January 19th, 2024.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Next item, it's recommended Kansas Board of Education accept the low bids totaling $133,638.13 from 3 contractors as listed in the memo in accordance with the requirements of Board Policy DJED.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Are there questions or discussion? Ms. Smith, roll call, please.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy, yes.
Robert Mylan Jr.,
Mylan Jr., yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Doctor, did you, yeah. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next item, it's recommended Kansas Board of Education approve the MOU with the Latinx Education Collaborative for the Educatech program as submitted and as recommended.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Further questions, discussion? Smith, please, roll call. Thank you.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy, yes.
Robert Mylan Jr.,
Robert Mylan Jr., yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Board, next item, item 8. This is a new item. It is for information purposes. If you have questions, happy to address any now, or please review, and then we can bring this back forward at a later time. If you do have questions, you can submit those to Dr. Stubblefield. Any questions on this item? Okay, thank you. Board, I am sure you would not mind if we table the policies for a future meeting, or do you want to go through these policies? Or
It is third read.
it is third read?
I've not heard
Okay.
anything from anybody on these, so.
I also agree, we're here for policy work, and if it's 9:15, that should not be at the end. So, but I would motion to approve for the third read.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Ms. Smith, roll call.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy, yes.
Robert Mylan Jr.,
Robert Mylan Jr., yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Communications, we will hear from our superintendent of schools, Dr. Anna Stubblefield.
So I have 3 quick things. First of all, we want to thank Kevin Holmes and Channel 41 for providing the shoes from the Gift of Soul project to the sophomores at Wyandotte High School. If you didn't get a chance, there will be a story on Channel 41, and there are lots of pictures on Twitter to show that. That was distributed today. KCKPS will host a career fair next Saturday from 9 until 11 here at Central Office. I want to congratulate the purchasing department for hosting a successful vendor fair on Monday. We had lots of faces and were able to connect with a lot of local businesses and to share with them how they can do business with us. And finally, I want to invite the community to join us as we host 3 bond election community information meetings. It is an opportunity for us to provide the overview of the bond, the financial impact on residents, and answer any questions that may be out there. Central Middle School will be the first one on Thursday, April 11th. Starting at 5:30, we'll serve a meal and then go into the bonds information session. FL Schlegel will be on Monday, April 22nd, same format at 5:30. And J.C. Harmon will be on Thursday, April 25th, starting at 5:30. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Stubblefield. You mentioned the one I was going to mention, and the only other piece I'll mention is I want to say thank you to Ms. Jacqueline Rodriguez and her team within the Multilingual Education and Services as they held a dual language night at Harmon High School last week, I believe it was. Great attendance, great engagement. For any families interested in enrolling in dual engagement or dual language, then that application is open, so please make sure you apply if you are not in one of those schools already. It is a great program, and I just wanted to give them a shout out for a great event. With that, board members, anyone else want to share anything?
I'll go.
Dr. Nguyen.
I had the opportunity and the privilege of having 2 student groups come visit me this session. One was, and I don't know the proper name, I'll call it non-vaping club. Is that the name of it? What's the name of the groups? One's at Schlegel and one's at Sumner.
The tobacco
Maybe Resist Tobacco, is that the better name? Does everybody sleep out there? They're frozen. Okay. Nevertheless, the Resist group from Sumner came, very enjoyable conversation. And the second group was the Civic Engagement group from Wyandotte, and a group of Latinas that came during Latina Day. And so they were able to enjoy themselves with a large number of Latinas around the state. And then, as I always seem to be Miss Debbie Downer, we've debated K-12 budget today. $6.6 billion bill that has 3 major components that are very destabilizing to all schools across the district and across the state, excuse me. We will vote on it tomorrow. And then, of course, it will go to conference, and we hope that there are certain components that the governor will line item. But the negative pieces deal with SPED, and that's why I was asking Ms. Kaiser. Both at-risk and SPED we access certain funds through our LOB anyway. And this would be very disturbing to you, Dr. Lowry, that then the state is going to claim that. The state will claim local dollars as its own, and they're our taxpayers' dollars that are paying these dollars. But this Senate Bill 387, if you have any trouble going to sleep, Pastor, pick that bill up, start reading it, you'll go right out. But that it's very destabilizing, and it's very serious on the SPED part. Yeah, there's a lot of money. I mean, $6 billion, but these are local dollars. And then the second component, Dr. Stubblefield and I have talked about, I'm sure you've talked about, the at-risk component. We all want accountability. But that there is this scheme, and I'll call it a scheme because the Kansas State Department of Education don't know how to figure it. Yeah. They don't know the impact of this SPED formula. Anyway, bad bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nguyen. Additional board members? Yes, Ms. Drew.
I just wanted to do one. There were several things I attended, but when we took a break, I received a special thank you card from one of the schools. I went to Frank Rushton, their first and second graders had a musical program called Squirm. And it was so excellent. They were like spiders, snakes, and so forth. So much so that I videoed it, and then I came here to the central office and went to the communications and marketing team, and they copied it, and they're gonna put it on the district website. And so I just wanted to say thank you to them. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. True. Board members, I know there's a fentanyl awareness event on April 17th, I believe, in conjunction with the Health Services Department, so thank you for that work. They're going to be doing vaccinations and other events and other things of that nature, so we want to make sure we publicize and market that as best as we can. Thank you to that team for doing that work. Okay. Board, we still have a couple of executive sessions, so we can dismiss staff who are not a part of those sessions. And I would entertain a motion to recess to executive session for non-elected personnel and negotiations exemptions to the Kansas Open Meetings Act for 15 minutes going in at 9:25.
Mr. Lopez, I should have asked you this. The one that I asked you for, can Ms. Lewis attend? Because it does concern her in some way, so I was just hoping that she would be allowed to attend.
I will put that question to the board.
Sure, why not?
I would also extend that Dr. Wilson, because he supervises her, is a part of it as well.
Okay, so to include Dr. Wilson, Ms. Lewis, Dr. Campbell, Mr. Lilly, and Ms. Samory Devon.
Can we go
Mr.
in
Gooding.
at 9:30?
Yes, we can. Going in at 9:30. So move to go into executive session at 9:30 for 15 minutes to include those folks I mentioned.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Ms. Smith?
So it's not here.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy, yes.
Robert Mylan Jr.,
Allen Junior, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page? Yes. Sorry.
Rachel Russell, yes.
thank you, Dr.
Win, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I don't know.
Yes, I can.
Thank you. Motion to return to open session, please.
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Russell, seconded by Ms. Clark. Ms. Smith?
Yolanda Clark,
Yes.
Maxine Drew,
Drew, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy, yes.
Robert Mylan Jr.,
Thank you.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Thank you. Motion to extend exec session for 10 minutes.
So moved.
Second. Moved and seconded. Moved by Ms. Russell, second Ms. Clark. Ms. Smith?
Yolanda Clark,
Wanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy, yes.
Robert Mylan Jr.,
Miley Junior, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen. Thank you.
Thank you. Miss Smith, are you there?
Yes.
All right. Motion to return to open session, please. I move to return to open session. Seconded by Ms. Russell. Ms. Smith, roll call. Yes, ma'am.
Yolanda Clark? Yolanda Clark?
Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew?
Maxine Drew, yes.
Randy Lopez?
Lopez, yes.
Robert Mylan Jr.?
Yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page?
Ms. Page.
Ms. Page? Yes. Yes.
Rachel Russell?
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen? Yes.
Thank you. Motion to recess to executive session for consultation with the attorney on matters which would be deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship under coma for 10 minutes going in at 10:07. Moved by Ms. Russell, seconded by Ms. Clark. Ms. Smith?
Yolanda Clark?
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew?
Maxine Drew, yes.
Randy Lopez?
Lopez, yes.
Robert Mylan Jr.?
Mylan Jr., yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page?
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell?
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen?
Thank
Mis-
you.
Mr. Lopez, who's all included?
Ms. Devon, Dr. Campbell, and Mr. Lilly and Mr. Goheen.
Okay, thank you.
All right, motion to return to open session, please.
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Russell, seconded by Ms. Clark. Ms. Smith?
Yolanda Clark. Yolanda Clark.
Yes.
Maxine Drew.
Maxine Drew, yes.
Randy Lopez.
Yes.
Robert Mylan Jr. Wanda Brownlee Page.
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell.
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Thank you. Motion to recess to executive session for consultation with the attorney on matters which would be deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship under COMA with potential action to follow for 5 minutes.
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Russell, seconded by Ms. Clark. Ms. Smith?
Yolanda Clark.
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew.
Maxine Drew, yes.
Randy Lopez.
Randy Lopez, yes.
Robert Mylan Jr.
Mylan Jr., yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page.
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell.
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
motion to return to open session?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second. Ms. Smith?
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes.
Robert Mylan Jr.,
Robert Mylan Jr., yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Board, thank you for tonight. Sorry for keeping us so late. I just want to remind us at the beginning of this board meeting, we had some really positive celebrations with students and staff. And I want to remind us that at every decision, every discussion, we're not always going to agree on how to get there, but it should always be centered on our students and what's best for our kids. And I want to remind us that we're all on the same team, even though we may not always agree on how to get to the end. We are all on the same team.
Pura vida.
What's that? Pura vida. Pura vida. So just, I want to remind us of that. With that, meeting is adjourned.
Thank you.